Chapter 1561. At that moment, Yi Xian summoned the old tree and the other two and said, "Old tree, Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, there are some felines among them. Don't kill them by mistake." Understood. Old tree nodded. Although he did not know why Yi Xian wanted to protect the felines, he did not intend to ask. As long as it was Yi Xian's order, he, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian would carry it out unconditionally. Kill. Under Yi Xian's order, the four of them rushed out. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all fourth-degree, undying fleshly bodies. It should not be a problem for them to kill so many people. At the same time, Yi Xian also started his killing feast. A massacre began. "Since you all are going to be sacrifices, I will help you free yourselves so that you won't harm the common people." Yi Xian thought for a while and came up with a reason to kill. He then transmitted a message to Wei Zhentian and gave him an order. Sword Storm. Wei Zhentian had also mutated. The 1,000-sword storm had been upgraded to the 10,000 sword storm. Its power was probably going to explode. In an instant, Wei Zhentian had transformed into 10,000 blood swords. More than 10,000 blood swords were formed in a second and swept out. With his fourth-degree, undying fleshly body, it was simply a piece of cake for him to kill low-level people. 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, one time, in just an instant, thousands of people had died. Yi Xian's slaughter feast had doubled in size, and it was still rapidly increasing. At this time, the 5 Poison Divine Sect's escorts finally reacted. "Who is it?" The escorts shouted angrily. When they reacted, more than 5,000 people had died. Who dared to rob the 5 Poison Divine Sect's sacrifices? Needless to say, it must be someone from the 100 Beast territory. However, in the next moment, they were shocked. The 5,000 people who had been killed suddenly revived and joined the battle. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor had a will of death skill. He could revive any corpse that had a lower cultivation level than him without any consumption and help him in battle. Although those 5,000 people didn't die in his hands, all of them had their brains pierced by Wei Zhentian. Furthermore, their realms were between the fleshly body, undying first layer to the fleshly body, undying third layer. All of them could be resurrected. The combination of the two was simply too terrifying. The felines in the crowd were shocked. They didn't expect that before they were sacrificed, they would die on the way. But while they were still in shock, the old tree suddenly took the lead and flashed into the huge crowd. Then, he protected the cat clan members nearby and cleared out an area. This is the group of felines widened their eyes. Were these people here to save them? "Don't move. I'll guarantee your safety." Old Tree shouted in a low voice, unlocking the shackles on all the cat clan members. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people were swept away by the blood swords. Then, the dead people were revived and guarded by them. Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor were in charge of killing, while the old tree was in charge of protecting. As for Yi Xian, he used the Void Flame sword wave to kill the wandering souls with the undying blood essence. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Soon, the killing intent was filled up. Ding! Host killing intent has reached the upper limit. Do you want to clear it and exchange it for 1 Devour point? Yes. Ding! Killing intent has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. At this moment, Yi Xian was still at the fleshly body, undying second layer, and his Devour points had reached 5. Not only that, but the Elegy of Soul's enhancement also soared rapidly, reaching 30% in the blink of an eye. Now, the Elegy of Soul's enhancement was effective on Yi Xian and the other 3. Naturally, the higher the enhancement, the better. We don't have enough manpower. Doppelganger. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly summoned his doppelganger, which he rarely did. Together, they used the Nihility Flame sword wave to erase those souls. The Eye of Nature in the air collected the Qian Kuan rings of the dead. Although most of these Qian Kuan rings have been swept clean once, and all the precious items were gone, the total amount was still not small. At this moment, Yi Xian and the others had already joined the battle for a few seconds. When the few escorts saw that Yi Xian and the others were strong, they immediately gathered together and charged over. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian snorted coldly, looking very disdainful. Anyway, these escorts' target was not him, but the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the Sky Quake Sword Wave. Unfortunately, the Sky Quake Sword Wave also enjoyed the enhancement of the Feast of Slaughter, and its power was 3 times stronger than before. These 10 fleshly body undying 5th layer experts and 3 fleshly body undying 6th layer experts were all swept away by the Sky Quake Sword Wave. Not a single one was left. Instant kill. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of killing intent, but it was still not enough. When these followers saw that their escorts were all dead, they immediately fled. However, they could not outrun the Sky Quake Sword Wave. One by one, they died under the Sky Quake Sword Wave. In addition to the resurrected dead, no one could leave alive. A few seconds later, Yi Xian heard another system notification sound. Ding. Host killing intent has reached the upper limit. Do you want to clear it and exchange it for 1 Devour point? Yes. Ding. Killing intent has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Yi Xian's estimation was right. This time, he had obtained 2 Devour points. It was a huge profit. Coincidentally, most of the people were dead. At this moment, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had resurrected more than 20,000 people. This was a huge army of death. Unfortunately, there was a time limit to the resurrection of the dead. Soon, they would become corpses again. Nihility Flame, Sword Wave. Nihility Flame, Sword Wave. Although the battle had ended, Yi Xian was still fighting. Many people had undying blood essence. If their souls left, they could be resurrected. Killing people was easy, but erasing the soul was much harder, because only Yi Xian could do it. A few minutes later, Yi Xian hurried back. At this time, the resurrected people were all dead. At the same time, the elegy of Soul's amplification had increased to 40%. It had to be said that this was a huge profit. Young master, these are the Qian Kuan rings. Old Tree suddenly handed over a large bag. Yi Xian did not say anything and moved the contents into the Devour space. Since he had obtained 2 Devour points, Yi Xian did not need to be stuck anymore. He directly broke through. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 3 Undying Physical Body. Ding! Ash's spirit has broken through. Current level 5 Undying Physical Body. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level 5 Undying Physical Body. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level 5 Undying Physical Body. Chapter 1562. This time, the 5 Poison sect had lost a lot of offerings, but most of the items had been swept away, and they were not with the escorts. They must have been taken away by someone else, so Yi Xian didn't get much. He could only level up once. Otherwise, he could at least break through to the Undying Fleshly Body 4th layer. But this was enough. Not only did he level up, but he also got 2 Devour points, and the Elegy of Souls buff increased to 40%. He also completed the first part of the chain, random mission. It was killing many birds with 1 stone. Not far away, the group of felines were all looking at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian and the others killed more than 20,000 of the 5 Poison sect's offerings. Not only did they skip levels, but after the battle, they broke through together. What was going on? The leader of the felines, a female feline, swallowed her saliva and walked forward, saying, "Thank you for saving our lives." When this voice fell into Yi Xian's ears, he realized that there were other people here. To be able to trigger the chain random mission, these felines must have a great background. These felines were only at the Undying Fleshly Body 1st layer, but the strong ones were at the Undying Fleshly Body 6th layer. It seemed that they had some ability. That Undying Fleshly Body 6th layer was the feline beauty in front of him. Xian looked at her and frowned, asking, "You are all offerings to be sent to the Five Poison sect?" "No, we were captured by the Sky Spider sect for other reasons." The feline beauty shook her head. "Other reasons?" Hearing this, Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that his guess was right. These felines really did have a background. The feline beauty continued, "My name is Su Qin. I originally lived in the 100 Beasts region, but because some of the 100 Beasts region's territories were invaded by the Five Poison sect, our tribe was wiped out, so we were separated and then captured. We should have been killed, but the people who captured us suddenly received an order, so we survived and were sent to the Sky Spider sect." "Why didn't they kill you?" Xian asked in surprise. "My little sister was separated from us after our tribe was annihilated. Then, she met young Lord Poison Spider of the Sky Spider sect and was fancied by him. That's why we weren't killed. After a while, my little sister will marry young Lord Poison Spider." Su Qin replied, "I see." Now, Xian finally understood the ins and outs of the situation, but this should not be enough to trigger a chain quest. Without waiting for him to ask, Su Qin continued, "I heard that when my sister was caught, she seemed to have awakened a rare bloodline of my clan, Golden Cat. That's why she was chosen by young Lord Poisonous Spider." "Golden Cat?" Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this was where the problem lay. "My sister was originally just an ordinary wind cat. I heard that when she was caught, she suddenly turned golden. However, she did not fully awaken the Golden Cat bloodline. The people of the Sky Spider sect speculated that the day she fully awakened was the day young Lord Poisonous Spider would marry her." After Su Qin finished speaking, he could not help but pause. "As far as I know, the Demon Spider clan has a bloodline called the Golden Spider. I reckon that young Lord Poisonous Spider wants to use my sister to awaken this bloodline. Or he wants to try to give birth to a descendant of the Golden Spider bloodline." Before his voice fell, another system prompt sounded in Xian's mind. "Ding! The second part of the chain quest has been triggered. Rescue Su Qin's sister, Suyu." The system prompted. Sure enough, hearing this, the corners of Xian's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. When Su Qin saw this smile, he was a little baffled. "What's the young Lord Poisonous Spider's realm?" Xian turned his head and asked. "I heard that his body indestructible ninth layer peak, or maybe his soul is indestructible." Su Qin replied, "Body indestructible ninth layer peak." After Xian heard this, he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Right now, he was at the body indestructible third layer. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were all at the body indestructible fifth layer, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with someone at the body indestructible seventh layer. If he wanted to save Su Yu, his strength was probably not enough. Even if he had the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, Unicorn's Descent, and the Sword Storm, it was not enough to be an enemy. "Are you going to the Sky Spider sect or the Sky Spider Branch sect?" Xian asked again. "It's the Branch sect." Su Qin replied. "There is a teleportation array after a while. After the teleportation array, it will take more than a day to reach the Sky Spider Branch sect. Since it's a branch sect, then there shouldn't be too many strong people, but it's not impossible." Xian was silent. "Big brother, can you help us save big sister Suyu?" At this time, a cute little girl suddenly ran in front of Xian. "Don't mess around." Before Xian could speak, Su Qin took the lead and angrily rebuked. Xian had already saved them. If Xian went to the Sky Spider sect to save Su Yu, wouldn't that be pushing Xian to a dead end? Although Xian was strong and could challenge those above his level, on the day of the wedding, there might be an indestructible soul-level expert coming to congratulate them. It was impossible to save Su Yu. "Oh!" The little girl was immediately scolded and didn't dare to make sound. Xian looked at the cute little girl with the body indestructible first layer and said, "Let's not talk about saving Su Yu for now. First, I have to ask, how old are you this year?" "I'll be 1,000 years old in 50 years. The cat girl answered honestly. Damn. After Xian heard this, he subconsciously cursed in his heart. Damn, she's almost 1,000 years old, and she's still calling me big brother. Is this cute? However, this world was unfair to begin with. People in the five poison realm were usually born with longevity level. In addition, with the guidance of experts, it wasn't difficult for them to cultivate to the indestructible realm. Once they broke through to the indestructible realm, their lifespan would be at least 20,000 years. Of course, it was very difficult for the average person to live until death. There were always times when they accidentally died. However, this was still much older than Xian, a young man in his 20s. This little girl could be his ancestor. Scary. After the increase in lifespan, the average person's fertility will be delayed. This little girl is not even 1,000 years old. She's probably just a child in the tribe. Xian thought in his heart and didn't care about this problem. He continued, I can help with saving Suyu, but it's too dangerous for you to stay in the 5-poison realm. I'll send you out of here first. After speaking, a void door opened and Xian directly passed through it. I have space. Su Qin and the others were shocked and followed Xian. Chapter 1563. Xian brought everyone to a remote place, then slowly said, the cultivation of the people here isn't high. With your strength, you shouldn't be in danger of losing your life. You could just stay here. My lord, you said you have a way to save Suyu? Su Qin couldn't help but ask. Yes, so you can wait here for my news. Xian nodded. Su Qin found it unbelievable because Xian was only at Undying Body Realm 3rd layer. At this level, he would at most be an outer sect disciple in the Sky Spider sect. Although the bald, old man and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were strong, they were not as strong as young Lord of Poisonous Spider. What's more, there might be someone with an Undying Soul Realm descending. It was almost impossible to save them. I have the Eye of Space, and I have experts to help. Just wait here and don't run around. Xian suddenly frowned and said with a solemn expression, if these people were not related to his mission reward, he would not have bothered to remind them. Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, he directly broke through the void and returned to the place where the battle was. The void gate was different from the space gate. It consumed very little eye power, so Xian could use it 100 times in a row without a problem. Su Qin and the others looked at Xian's handsome back as he left and helplessly waited in this hidden place. There were at most Undying Body Realm 2nd layer martial artists in this area, but Su Qin was at Undying Body Realm 6th layer. They were not in danger. However, could Xian really save them? At this time, Xian and the others had returned to the battlefield. Young Master, although the Sky Spider branch is only a branch, there must be many high-level Undying Body experts. Do you have a plan? Old Tree couldn't help but ask. Of course, I have a plan, and that is to kill. Xian answered subconsciously, but it had to be said that this mission was indeed a bit tricky. Although the Sky Spider branch was only a branch, there were probably many Undying Body Realm 7th, 8th, or even 9th layer experts. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider was even at the peak of Undying Body Realm 9th layer. On the day of the wedding, there might be other Undying Soul Masters coming. It wouldn't be that easy to fight them head-on. Just now, Xian had also inquired about some things. This young Lord of Poisonous Spider was the youngest son of the Sky Spider sect's sect master. He was also the one with the highest aptitude. After cultivating for less than 3,000 years, he had already broken through to the peak of Undying Fleshly Body level 9. In the future, there was a high chance that he would inherit the position of sect master of the Sky Spider sect, which was also one of the 5 great sect masters of the 5 Poison Divine sect. If Xian were to cause a ruckus at the wedding, he would most likely become a wanted criminal. However, this was nothing to him. In any case, let's get there first. After the breakthrough, Xian's speed increased by a lot. He arrived at the teleportation circle in a few hours. There were indeed people from the 5 Poison sect guarding the teleportation array. However, their realms were not high, so they were all killed by Xian. Then, they successfully teleported over. According to Su Qin, after the teleportation, they just need to travel northwest for 1 day to reach the Sky Spider branch. However, the 1-day journey was based on Su Qin's footsteps. Of course, Xian's current speed was about the same. Soon, Xian arrived at the Sky Spider sect's branch, where the young Lord of Poisonous Spider was. Because he was a human, Xian had to hide and observe the enemy first. The Sky Spider sect's branch was not weak. The weakest disciple was at undying fleshly body 3rd layer, while the strong ones were at undying fleshly body 6th layer or even 7th layer. There were still a few days left, so Yixian could use this time to level up. Recently, the 5 Poison sect needs a lot of sacrifices, but it's the 5 Poison sect that needs the sacrifices, so it shouldn't have anything to do with this young Lord of Poisonous Spider. However, these sacrifices will be sent to the branch, and then to the main sect, Yixian thought in his heart. In that case, there will definitely be a lot of sacrifices sent to the branch. Therefore, his plan was to wander around the branch, see if he could find a large group of sacrifices, and then kill to his heart's content. This time, he might be able to reach the upper limit of his killing intent value. In that case, his battle bloodline would be settled. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, you guys go to the east, west, and east respectively. I will go to the north, but you must be discreet. Once you find anything, report to me immediately. Yixian said to the 3 of them. Okay, Old Tree responded, then turned around and left. This time, as long as everything went smoothly, his strength would soar by a lot. It was really something to look forward to. It took about a day to travel. Soon, Old Tree and the other 2 were in position. They were waiting half a day away from the Sky Spider Sex branch. During this day, Yixian was secretly assassinating the Sky Spider Sex disciples. With his strength, it was easy for him to kill a 5th layer, undying fleshly body. In 2 days, it would be the young Lord of Poisonous Spider's wedding day. At that time, experts would definitely arrive. Considering that some people might arrive early, Yixian was afraid that there was only 1 day left. Why aren't they here yet? Could it be that Su Qin's batch is the last batch? In a hidden place, Yixian used the assassination state to hide. At this time, Wei Zhentian suddenly sent a message. Wei Zhentian was in the south, which was the direction Yixian came from. After hearing the news, Yixian quickly broke through the void and came to Wei Zhentian's side. Because Wei Zhentian was a weapon, he had no aura and was well hidden, so he was not discovered. After Yixian arrived, he quickly used the Eye of Revelation to observe. There were tens of thousands of people in this sacrificial troop. There were about 20,000 people, about the same as the previous sacrificial troop. However, the strength of the escorts was stronger than before. 8 5th layer undying fleshly body, 3 6th layer undying fleshly body, and 1 7th layer undying fleshly body. Yixian narrowed his eyes. If it was before, he would have been afraid, but now that they have broken through one after another, there was no need to be so afraid. The person who caught Su Qin before was a 7th layer undying fleshly body. The good things were probably taken by him, but he left later on. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to destroy the sacrificial troop. Yixian thought in his heart. In his opinion, the good things were probably on the 7th layer undying fleshly body. As long as he killed him, he would definitely be able to break through again. However, this time, it was not enough to reach the upper limit of the killing intent value. Whatever. Yixian no longer bothered himself. If he let this troop travel for another day, they would probably reach the Sky Spider Sect branch sect, so he must act as soon as possible. He immediately pulled the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor over, and then directly attacked. It has only been 2.5 days since the last Sword Blade Storm, so it won't be necessary this time. Chapter 1564. Kill. Under Yixian's order, Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out together. Enemy. The escort with the undying 7th layer reacted very quickly and immediately shouted. Then, the experts scattered all over the sacrifice team immediately raised their spirits. This time, Yixian was charging toward the undying 7th stage physique refiner. Yixian's plan was to get rid of him in the first wave of attacks. This place was very close to the Sky Spider Sex branch, so there might be experts passing by. They had to end this quickly. How dare you? Die. The undying 7th stage physique refiner roared and charged towards Yixian's group. TCH. Yixian didn't care and gave Ghost Dome Great Emperor an order. Then, Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed at the undying 7th stage physique refiner. Grip of the Underworld. After the Skeletal Monarch mutated into Ghost Dome Great Emperor, the Grip of the Underworld didn't have a cooldown time. Each time it was used, it would only consume 1% of the buff. Although it was a bit wasteful, it was still used in order to not alert the enemy. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was already at the Undying 5th stage Physique Refiner, so the Grip of the Underworld's effect was very powerful. Before the Undying 7th stage Physique Refiner could react, he was pulled a long distance away. By the time he reacted, Old Shu had already flashed behind him, then raised his hand and punched him. Bang! The Undying 7th stage Physique Refiner suffered a heavy blow to his back and couldn't resist the grip of the Underworld's tearing force. He was instantly pulled in front of Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Slash! Ghost Dome Great Emperor's pair of ghost fire eyes glared. The sky-shaking greatsword and Ghost Dome Greatsword in his hands swept out at the same time. The Undying 7th stage Physique Refiner could only block one side, but the other side cut off the top of his head, instantly killing him. His brain was destroyed, and his soul left his body. Then there's the sound of something breaking through the air. Whoosh! Yi Xian attacked with a void flame sword wave, obliterating this soul. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. With a system notification, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring. Ding! Host's current Undying 4th stage Physique Refiner. Ding! Huiling's current 6th stage Physique Refiner. Wei Zhentian's current 6th stage Physique Refiner. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor's current Physique Refiner. There is indeed a lot of good stuff in this Yin and Yang ring. Even when Ghost Dome Great Emperor used the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, it could instantly recover its cooldown. And Bloods, even if the Undying S's reinforcements came, they wouldn't be able to die. Kill. None. Hey. Fives. Even the strongest escort at the 7th stage of the Undying Fleshly Body Realm had died. Moreover, he was killed in an instant, not to mention the other escorts. However, there was someone who wanted to send a signal to the Sky Spider sect. Unfortunately, Yi Xian directly flashed behind him with an assassination eye. Killing intent explosion. Void flame, sword wave. Pong. That person's head exploded, and he died instantly. Then, he was affected by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's will of death. After leaving behind a universe ring, he turned into a headless corpse and charged at the others. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's will of death could summon battle corpses of lower realms to fight for him. If he wanted to summon corpses of the same realm, he would have to consume soul water. In order not to leak the news, Yi Xian had to be careful. The battle didn't last long. Half a minute later, everyone was dead. After all, once someone died, they would be revived by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and attack others. As for the wandering souls, they could only leave them to Yi Xian. After this battle, the elegy of souls didn't increase by much. It was only 45%, but it was already not bad. Then, Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the scene. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. Then, he quickly left. God knows nothing, no one knows. Old Tree, the three of you continue to watch. Inform me if there's any movement. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and ordered the three Old Tree to keep watch. He had gained a lot this time. He estimated that if he could do this 1 or 2 more times, he would be able to break through to the 5th stage of the Undying Physique realm. At that time, he would be able to knock on their door. Moreover, his mission wasn't to destroy the Sky Spider sect, but to save Su Yu. As long as he could get close to Su Yu, he would be able to leave with her. After all, he had the Eye of Space and the Eye of Void. He could easily leave this place with either one. He waited for a while. Then, the Old Tree sent a message. He quickly broke through the void and went over. This sacrificial troop was also escorted by a 7th stage, Undying Physique realm expert. However, the Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were all 6th stage, Undying Physique realm experts. It was extremely easy to deal with a 7th stage, Undying Physique realm expert. Soon, this sacrificial troop was annihilated by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian continued to watch. At this time, he was already on the verge of a breakthrough. He estimated that after another sacrificial troop, he would be able to break through to the 9th stage Undying Physique realm. Just as Bladestorm's cooldown was about to end, Ghost Dome Great Emperor sent a message. Yixian quickly broke through the void and brought the old tree and Wei Jintian over. Although the sacrificial troop this time was smaller than before, the leader of the group was also an Undying Physique realm expert. When Yixian saw him, it was as if he saw experience. As long as he destroyed this sacrificial troop, he would be able to break through. Same old plan, kill. Yixian didn't say anything and directly rushed out. Old Tree, Wei Jintian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor quickly surrounded him from 3 directions. Who's there? When the 7th stage Undying Physique realm expert heard the commotion, he couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, Old Tree was already behind him. Song Yan. Bang! Old Tree landed a heavy punch on this person's head. Instantly, this person's head exploded and his soul directly floated out. Then, Yixian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple followed. Bang! The soul was burnt to a crisp and instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Soul of Elegies buff increased by a little. Because Ghost Dome Great Emperor's cultivation was high, so with so many sacrifices, the Soul of Elegies buff didn't increase by much. After a few times, the buff only reached 50%. However, this wasn't bad. After all, the previous buff was only effective on Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Yixian couldn't even enjoy a 20% buff. But now he could enjoy a 50% buff, which was very good. Chapter 1565. How dare you? Hearing this, Yixian turned around and glanced at a figure that was quickly flying towards him. This expert wasn't from the Sky Spider sect, but the Golden Toad sect. His face was swollen and ugly, and his eyes were big enough to make one's scalp go numb. This speed, he's an indestructible physique, level 9. No, he's an indestructible soul, realm martial artist. Yixian was shocked by this person. He didn't expect to bump into an indestructible soul, realm martial artist. If it was an indestructible physique, level 9 martial artist, he could deal with him. However, he couldn't deal with an indestructible soul, realm martial artist. However, he couldn't give up now that he was about to break through. Go, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian. Go, and stop him. Yixian immediately gave the order to the 2 of them. Wei Jintian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jintian rushed over. They were all indestructible physique level 6, while their opponent was an indestructible soul realm martial artist. There was a difference of 4 realms between them. Therefore, they had to use some tricks. Indestructible fighting soul. In an instant, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian's attributes increased by 2 folds. With the addition of Unicorn's deterrence and fusion, they could unleash 5 folds of their combat strength. As for Yixian, Old Tree, and the resurrected battle corpses, they began to clean up the battlefield. Devour! 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 Yixian began to devour the spoils of war, and everyone's cultivation rose rapidly. At the same time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian had already fought with the indestructible soul realm martial artist. However, they were both sent flying with a single punch. The indestructible soul realm martial artist lived up to his name. Even if Ghost Dome Great Emperor used his indestructible fighting soul, which increased all his attributes by 2 folds, he couldn't contend with the indestructible fighting soul realm martial artist. Fortunately, he used his indestructible fighting soul realm martial artist. Otherwise, this punch would have been enough to kill them. Come on. Yixian widened his eyes. In the next moment, the system notification rang. Ding! Host has broken through. Indestructible physique level 5 martial artist. Ding! Hui Ling, host, broke through indestructible physique 7th martial artist. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. His current physical body is at level 7 undying fleshly body. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. His current physical body is at level 7 undying fleshly body. 4 consecutive system notifications rang out, causing Ghost Dome Great Emperor's aura to suddenly soar by several times. Originally, The Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were at the 6th level of the undying fleshly body, but now that they had reached the 7th level of the undying fleshly body, they should be able to do it. Coincidentally, before the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could break through, the other party threw out another 2 punches. This time, other than Wei Zhentian, who was sent flying, Ghost Dome Great Emperor took the attack head-on. At the same level, Ghost Dome Great Emperor was the strongest, followed by Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian had also guessed this scene. As a result, after Wei Zhentian was blasted flying, he directly transformed into a heaven-shaking sword and flew to the side of the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to be caught. At the same time, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's resurrected corpses flew towards the experts with undying souls, including the 7th degree undying fleshly body protectors. Death's Eye, the expert immediately reacted. However, with his realm, even an expert with an undying 8th level of the undying fleshly body wouldn't be able to break through his defense, let alone these low-level battle corpses. His target was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor in front of him. At the same time, Yi Xian was pondering from afar. If it was only the difference between the 6th and 9th level of the undying fleshly body, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor would definitely be able to beat his opponent like a sandbag with the undying battle soul. Unfortunately, it was the difference between the 7th level of the undying fleshly body and the 1st level of the undying fleshly body. Although the Ghost Dome Great Emperor could exchange blows with his opponent now, once the undying battle soul's duration was over, he would probably be beaten up. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated. Old Tree also went over to help, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Although the sky-shattering Meteor Slash and Unicorn's Descent were strong, they were useless if they couldn't hit the enemy. The Blade Storm's cooldown was almost over, but by the time it was over, the effect of the undying battle soul would have been over. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Without saying anything, Yi Xian broke through the void and put the 3 Old Tree into the planting space. Hua! The void door closed, leaving the stunned expert behind. The Eye of Space, the expert from the Golden Toad sect, narrowed his eyes. Although he wasn't a member of the Sky Spider sect, the 4 powers of the Sky Spider sect and the Golden Toad sect were known as the 5 Poison Divine sect. These sacrifices were acquired by the 5 Poison Divine sect. Yi Xian actually dared to kill these sacrifices. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian's void door wasn't the Eye of Space, but the Eye of the Void. At this time, Yi Xian was already far away. The wedding of the Sky Spider sect's young Lord Poison Spider is indeed attended by an undying soul expert. But now that I've broken through to the 5th level of the undying fleshly body and the 3 Old Tree experts have reached the 7th level of the undying fleshly body, I'm qualified to rob the wedding, Yi Xian thought to himself. There was still more than a day left, so he came up with another idea. Wei Zhentian could be turned into a weapon and brought in by a Sky Spider sect disciple. However, 99% of the people in the 5 Poison Divine sect had faith, so it wasn't easy to control them. Hence, Yi Xian walked around the Sky Spider sect's branch and chose a disciple. This person was a Sky Spider sect disciple with an undying fleshly body 4th level, 1 level lower than Yi Xian. Yi Xian held this person hostage and used the Eye of Soul on him. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Even with the Eye of Soul, Yi Xian found it difficult to control this person. After all, this person had a faith crystal in his head, so it wasn't easy to control him. Yi Xian used the Eye of Soul dozens of times, and this person's soul was on the verge of collapse. However, just as his soul was about to be destroyed, Yi Xian finally heard a system notification. Ding! Control succeeded. It wasn't easy. After using the Eye of Soul dozens of times, Yi Xian finally controlled this person. However, the faith crystal in this person's head had already cracked and was on the verge of shattering. It's finally under control. It wasn't easy. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The Eye of Soul was extremely powerful, but this person's faith was much stronger than him, which was why it was so difficult to control. I've seen this person before. The long-haired disciple of the Sky Spider sect said respectfully. Wei Zhentian, Turn into a hairpin and enter the Sky Spider sect with him, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Chapter 1566. Yi Xian shared his vision with Wei Zhentian and had a special positioning system in the void. As long as Wei Zhentian was alive, he could arrive at the Sky Spider sect in an instant. On the day of the wedding, as long as Wei Zhentian saw Su Yu, Yi Xian could fly over and mark her with the Death Hunt command. He would appear behind her and take her away by force. That was Yi Xian's plan. As long as he was fast enough and the old tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor made some noise, he should be able to succeed. Of course, if he saw Su Yu earlier, things would be much simpler. Soon, the long-haired disciple arrived at the Sky Spider sect and successfully blended in. With the shared vision, Yi Xian could see what Wei Zhentian saw. Unfortunately, the long-haired disciple's realm was too low. He was just an ordinary disciple and could only watch from afar on the day of the wedding. However, Yi Xian also successfully blended in. When the day after tomorrow, he did not have to kill his way in. As for how many experts arrived, Yi Xian was not sure. Anyway, he saw many ninth-degree, undying, fleshly body realm experts and several undying soul realm experts from the other four major forces. Soon, the day of the wedding arrived. The wedding of the Sky Spider sect's Poison Spider, young lord, naturally had to be lively. The wedding was still in progress, and the bride and groom had yet to arrive. Only a few elders of the Sky Spider sect were in charge of the ceremony. However, at noon, suddenly, an aura spread out and enveloped the entire Sky Spider sect. Then, a golden pillar of light rose from the depths of the Sky Spider sect and pierced the clouds. This is the complete awakening of the Golden Cat bloodline. Haha, Sect Master's prediction was right. The Golden Cat bloodline has fully awakened today. Although she's from 100 Beasts realm, her realm is only at the 5th degree undying fleshly body realm. There's no way she can escape. Perhaps the Poison Spider young lord can use her to awaken the Golden Spider bloodline. Due to caution, the faith crystal in the cat girl's body was not forcefully removed. Now that she has awakened, she will probably worship the Sky Spider sect after today. Everyone in the Sky Spider sect smiled. Today was the wedding day of the young lord of the Poisonous Spider sect. Would the sect leader of the Sky Spider sect be present? He was one of the 5 sect masters of the 5 Poison sect, the Demon Spider clan's god of the Sky Spider sect's fleshly body. The wedding ceremony, wedding Yi Xian. When young lord of Poisonous Spider and Su Yu appeared, it was time for him to strike. Of course, before that, he had to make some noise to create a diversion. If he wanted to complete the second round of this random mission chain, he would have to pay a certain price, such as using his trump card. As S's S was a shared. Young lord of Poison Spider was a young man. He wore a purplish black robe and always had a smile on his face. He looked no different from any other Demon Spider clan martial artist. Since Yi Xian was not here, he could not tell if young lord of Poison Spider was in the 9th heaven undying physique realm or the undying soul realm. However, the people under his control heard the conversations of the surrounding guests. There were at least 5 undying soul realm martial artists in the Sky Spider sect, including the one who fought with Yi Xian that day. This meant that the Sky Spider sect knew that someone was robbing the sacrificial parties. Naturally, they would suspect the 100 Beast domain. Although the Sky Spider sect seemed to be very festive today, there were many martial artists on guard in secret. Maybe someone would come to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian decided to delay his action. Of course, the old tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor did not need to. Their mission was to cause havoc in the Sky Spider sect. After a while, Su Yu, who had awakened the Golden Cat bloodline, finally appeared in front of everyone. Women from the cat tribe were as popular among the beasts as women from the fox tribe. This Su Yu was also very delicate and cute. She wore a long white dress, but under this white dress, she was wearing 2 armbands. These 2 armbands prevented her from using true chi. Of course, even if she could use her true chi, she was only in the 5th heaven undying physique realm. She couldn't even beat the Sky Spider sect disciples, so how could she escape? Young lord of Poison Spider had placed 2 armbands on her because he didn't want her to do anything today and become a laughingstock. Finally, at this time, Yi Xian saw Su Yu through Wei Zhentian's shared vision. However, this was not the time for him to act. Even if he broke through the void and used the Death Hunt command to mark Su Yu, he would need to break through the encirclement because the Eye of Assassination was not close enough. Although it was not time for him to act, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were ready. At this moment, Yi Xian directly used the Void Lock command to break through the void and let the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor rush in. Before the smiling crowd could react, the two of them began to slaughter each other. Canyon. The Old Tree took the lead and flashed towards young Lord of Poison Spider. There weren't many experts by Su Yu's side, and those few Undying Soul Stage experts were relatively far away from the young Lord of Poisonous Spider. If the young Lord of Poisonous Spider were to make a move, then Yi Xian would be able to directly break through the void and take Su Yu away. However, the Old Tree was only in the 7th Heaven Undying Physique realm. Before he could reach halfway, he was stopped by 2 Sky Spider Sect Elders in the 9th Heaven Undying Physique realm. Sure enough, someone is causing trouble. You're courting death. An elder roared and charged towards the Old Tree with another elder. The Old Tree knew that he couldn't break through the defense, so he directly attacked one of them. Canyon. In the next moment, the Old Tree appeared behind one of them and punched him viciously. At the same time, another void door broke open beside the Old Tree. Then, a formless sword chi slashed out. Void Flame, Sword Ripple. Although Yi Xian wasn't in the Sky Spider sect, the void door consumed less eye power. He could use this method to provide support. Bam! Bam! 2 muffled sounds reverberated. The Sky Spider sect elder's head exploded, and his soul was instantly separated from his body. Then, Yi Xian stored the interspatial ring into the void door. Whoosh! The void door closed. Yi Xian provided support from afar and obtained the spoils of war. This scene happened so suddenly that even young Lord of Poison Spider and the 5 Undying Soul Realm experts couldn't react in time. What was going on? Someone used the Eye of Space. Chapter 1567. On the other hand, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor easily killed a few Sky Spider Sect Elders nearby. They were all Undying Realm's 7th or 8th stage Physique Masters. Soon, the wedding would become a funeral. Those who dare to attack the Sky Spider sect in the 5 Poison Realm must be from the 100 Beast region. Capture them. A Sky Spider sect elder bellowed. Although he said so, the Old Tree speed was so fast that even a 9th stage Physique Master couldn't keep up with it. Casualties spread quickly. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was currently at the 7th stage Physique Master. Those who were lower than this would be turned into battle corpses and attacked others. Seeing this, those Undying Soul Stage powerhouses knew that they couldn't just watch anymore. You're quite capable. Attack! The Golden Toad sect's Undying Soul Realm expert discovered that the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor were the 2 who fought him that day. Finally can't sit still. Yi Xian from the Sky Spider sect sneered and ordered the Ghost Dome Great Emperor through the air. Undying Soul Realm. In an instant, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attributes doubled. At the same time, Wei Zhentian was the same. Yi Xian's plan was to let the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor attract the expert's attention first. Then, Wei Zhentian would use the Sword Storm to attack. That way, no one would be able to stop Wei Zhentian. However, things weren't that simple because only 2 of them were attacking. The other 3 were with a young Lord of Poisonous Spider. Helplessly, he could only expose Wei Zhentian earlier. Wei Zhentian, Sword Storm. Hearing this, Wei Zhentian jumped out of the disciple's hair and transformed into tens of thousands of figures. Sword Storm. Whirl. The change here caught the Sky Spider sect off guard. No one would have thought that other than the 2 who used the Eye of Space to attack, there were other hidden enemies. The Sky Spider sect's disciples gathered together. Once the Sword Storm was unleashed, thousands of people died. Then, the dead were resurrected by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's will of death and turned into battle corpses. Seeing this scene, the young Lord of Poisonous Spider knew that this was going to be a big deal. The other 3 indestructible soul experts looked at each other and went up to him. However, the heaven-shaking sword group was extremely scattered, directly splitting into 10 waves and sweeping towards the main hall. These 3 people were unable to deal with it at all. You're coming for me? You're courting death. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider immediately reacted. He thought that the ambusher's target was him and wanted to kill him. After all, he was the son of the Sky Spider, and his future achievements might surpass his father's. However, he guessed wrong. However, when he charged out, he realized that he was wrong. When the Heavenquake swords swept over, Xianxia had already broken through the void and arrived in the midst of the Heavenquake swords. He first used the death warrant to mark the astonished Su Yu, then quickly used the Eye of Assassination. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yu. Xianxia, I was sent by Su Qin to save you. Let's go. Xianxia condensed his true energy into a thread and whispered a few words to Su Yu before forcefully dragging her into the void door. Swish! By the time young Lord of Poisonous Spider reacted, the void door had already closed. It turned out that the target of this group of people was not him, but Su Yu. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. If he was at the undying 9th layer realm, Xianxia probably would not have left. However, when Xianxia used the Eye of Assassination to sweep behind Su Yu, he sensed that young Lord of Poisonous Spider was not at the undying 9th layer realm, but the undying soul realm. At this time, he had already rescued her, but this time, Xianxia went all out. He cannot just leave like this. Go all out and kill. Xianxia gave the order to Old Tree's trio. Sir, you were really sent by my sister. Before Su Yu, who was forcibly pulled into the void door by Xianxia, could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a new void door that appeared in front of her. Don't talk nonsense, come in. Xianxia did not say anything and directly dragged her in. This time, the landing point was a transmission array. Whoosh! The transmission array began to operate. Xianxia was transported to the vicinity of Blackwater City, then continuously broke through the void and directly left the 5 poison territory. The last landing point was where Su Qin and the others were hiding. Sister? When Su Yu saw Su Qin and the others, her eyes almost popped out. Sister? When Su Qin saw that Su Yu was really rescued, he was also shocked. Xianxia actually rescued Su Yu from the hands of young Lord of Poisonous Spider. How is this possible? Ding! The second part of the chain mission is completed. Ding! The third part of the chain mission is triggered. Escort Su Qin, Su Yu, and the others back to the 100 Beast territory. 2 system prompts sounded in succession. Xianxia had actually already guessed the third part of the mission. He looked at the 2 cat sisters who were reunited and said, Stay here and don't move. Wait for me to come back and take you to the 100 Beast territory. Thank you, Big. Before the 2 sisters could finish speaking, Xianxia left again and teleported back to the transmission array. From the time he rescued Su Yu until now, it had only been 10 seconds. And in these 10 seconds, the battle in the Sky Spider sect had reached its climax. Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Old Tree, and the resurrected battle corpses were fighting against the entire Sky Spider sect. 5 undead soul realm experts, plus young Lord of Poisonous Spider. That's a total of 6. However, these 6 people couldn't do anything to Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the other 2. During the time Xianxia was away, the system prompts kept ringing in his mind. All of them were prompts that his killing intent value had increased. At this time, there were already countless wandering souls wandering in the Sky Spider sect. Xianxia also wanted to take this opportunity to harvest some. Wah! The void door opened again, and Xianxia rushed in. Nihility Flame, Sword Ripple. Nihility Flame, Sword Ripple. Nihility Flame, Sword Ripple. One soul after another was obliterated by Xianxia, and the buff of the Elegy of Souls also increased rapidly. Not only that, but he also used the soul poison he obtained from the Sky Spider Sect's elders. Once the poison spread, those with weak souls would die instantly. The experience points of these people naturally fell to Xianxia. After all, he was the one who spread the poison. Xianxia was already immune to the poison. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree also had the immortal Phoenix bloodline, so they were naturally immune to it. In 10 seconds, more than half of the Sky Spider Sect's experts were dead. The remaining ones still had to deal with the resurrected battle corpses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian formed an Eye of Myriad and began to collect the spoils. These dead people were the elites of the Sky Spider sect, and there was no lack of elders among them. These things added up were enough for Yixian to break through. As long as he broke through, there was no need to be afraid of these people. Chapter 1568. Fortunately, Wei Jintian could use the Sword Storm. After killing so many people, the Killing Feast's amplification had tripled. The Killing Feast was a very powerful skill that could amplify the skills of the target. In other words, other than the Sword Storm, the Flaming Sun Rope, the Raging Inferno Shield, and the Grip of the Underworld could also be amplified. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's undying battle soul was about to expire, so Yixian had to break through before then. Success or failure depended on this move. Otherwise, they could only retreat first. However, it was impossible for Yixian to let go of the 5 undying soul realm experts. With the Eye of Nature, the interspatial rings swept towards Yixian. Although Yixian had already used the Dark Night Canopy and was hidden in the darkness, the interspatial rings pointed out his location. The Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor could hold back 3 people, while the Sword Storm could block 2 people. However, Young Lord of Poisonous Spider was free. At this moment, Young Lord of Poisonous Spider was already charging towards Yixian. How dare you interrupt my fun? You're courting death. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider stretched out 8 spider legs from his back and stabbed towards Yixian. So what if you're in the undying soul realm? Yixian snorted and tore through space to arrive on the other side. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to fight Young Lord of Poisonous Spider head-on. However, with the Killing Feast's tripled amplification, he might be able to fight. Killing Intent Explosion. Void Flame Sword Wave. The power of this move wasn't any weaker than an attack from a peak 9th stage Undying Soul Realm expert. This attack was enough to severely injure any 9th stage Undying Soul Realm expert. Even if an Undying Soul Realm expert was hit, they would be injured. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider already knew that Yixian had the Eye of Space. Naturally, he wouldn't be injured. He directly blocked the Void Flame Sword Wave with his spider legs behind him. However, Yixian's figure suddenly disappeared in the next moment. Death Hunt Order. I have Assassination. Yixian quickly marked Ghost Dome Great Emperor's opponent and flashed behind him. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's opponent was the expert from the Golden Toad sect. At first, he was suppressed by his opponent, but when he saw Yixian appear, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed. Killing Intent Explosion. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Yixian launched another sneak attack. This time, his attack was 30% stronger than the one he used against Young Lord of Poisonous Spider. After all, he had the buff from Assassin's Eye. This expert from the Golden Toad sect was not as strong as the Young Lord of Poison Spider, but his defense was very strong. When the Void Flame Sword Wave slashed at his back, more than half of it was neutralized by the black liquid that seeped out from the expert's skin. However, this was just an appetizer. Yixian had no intention of using the Void Flame Sword Ripple to kill him. Next up was the main course. Unicorn Descend. A flaming hoof came crashing down. Unicorn Descend, which was enhanced by 3 times from the Slaughter Feast, was extremely powerful. Although this expert from the Golden Toad sect was in the Undead Soul Realm, he could not block this attack. Bang! The expert from the Golden Toad sect was stepped on, and his entire body fell from the sky. Although the black liquid on his skin neutralized most of the power, he was still heavily injured. Before he could react, the second Unicorn Descend came. Rumble! Unicorn Descend, and the expert from the Golden Toad sect was heavily injured. If he was not proficient in defense, he would have died. However, the real killing move came at the end. When the first Unicorn Descend appeared, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor gripped his Ghost Dome Great Sword tightly and slashed down. Combination Technique. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash. Although Wei Jintian was using Bladestorm. After the Ghost Dome Great Emperor mutated, the two of them were considered to be in a combination state as long as they were within a certain range. In this case, even if he used the Ghost Dome Greatsword, he could still use the sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash. This sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash was seamlessly connected with Unicorn Descent. After the second Unicorn Descend, this sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash landed on the expert from the Golden Toad sect. Yixian was only in the Undead Soul Realm, while the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was in the Undead Soul Realm. This sky-shattering Flowing Rock Slash was enough to kill this expert from the Golden Toad sect. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out, and the expert from the Golden Toad sect began to turn into stone. In the end, his entire body turned into a statue. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. The system notification rang out, and Yixian's killing intent skyrocketed. Immediately after, he saw the soul floating out from the corpse of the Golden Toad sect expert. Void Flame Sword Ripple. Yixian casually slashed out with his sword, obliterating the soul of the Golden Toad sect expert. The Elegy of Souls buff also increased by a lot. However, this wasn't the most important thing, but the interspatial ring of the Golden Toad sect expert. When Yixian obtained the interspatial ring, he found that there wasn't much inside, which made him a little disappointed. This Golden Toad sect expert was already in the Undead Soul Realm. Even if he used a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, he would still condense a soul seed. A soul seed was equivalent to a second life. Even if the soul was obliterated, as long as the hidden soul seed was safe and sound, the soul seed could begin to grow and revive after the soul was destroyed. Obviously, this Golden Toad sect expert should have a soul seed, which was why he had hidden his belongings. Now that he was killed by Yixian, his soul seed should have begun to grow. However, there were also good and bad soul seeds. A good soul seed's revival speed was fast, while a bad soul seed's revival would take a long time. In short, it wouldn't succeed so quickly. Originally, there were 6 Undead Soul Realm experts, but now there were only 5 left. Yixian estimated that as long as he killed one more person, he could break through to the Undead Soul Realm. No, there was no need to kill anymore. The interspatial rings of the Sky Spider sect disciples and elders were enough. But now, young Lord of Poisonous Spider wouldn't let Yixian succeed. He quickly charged at Yixian again. 8 spider spears. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's eyes flashed. Flustered and exasperated, he used his strongest attack. Instantly, the 8 spider legs behind him turned into 8 streams of light and stabbed at Yixian. Good chance. Yixian's eyes widened, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. This was because he knew that young Lord of Poisonous Spider had forgotten that he had the Eye of Space. Eye of Space. At that moment, Yixian used the Eye of Space again and tore a space crack in front of him. If there were no accidents, these 8 spider legs would pierce into the space crack and come out from the back of young Lord of Poisonous Spider. It was possible that he would commit suicide. However, Yixian thought too much of this young Lord of Poisonous Spider. Just as the 8 spider legs were about to pierce into the space crack, they suddenly turned in the air and bypassed the space crack to stab at Yixian. What the F***? Yixian was shocked. Were these still spider legs? These were obviously gluttonous snakes. Chapter 1569. I have assassination. Yixian's figure disappeared in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of air-piercing sounds rang out from where Yixian was just now. If Yixian hadn't left, his head would have turned into a sieve. At this moment, Yixian arrived behind young Lord of Poisonous Spider. I was waiting for you. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch. This punch was enough to kill any martial artist with an indestructible body, let alone Yixian, a 5th-level indestructible body realm trash. To be honest, young Lord of Poisonous Spider was also surprised by Yixian's strength. It was incredible that a mere 5th-level indestructible body realm martial artist could fight with him and even kill an elder of the Golden Toad sect. However, Yixian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He tore open the space again, and the exit was still behind young Lord of Poisonous Spider. But this time, young Lord of Poisonous Spider changed his attack method again. That ruthless punch suddenly turned into a palm and instantly covered the space crack. Although it hit his back, it also sent Yixian flying with true chi. Bang! Yixian was stunned by young Lord of Poisonous Spider's true chi. His head almost exploded. Fortunately, his skull was hard. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. One had to admit that young Lord of Poisonous Spider was quite capable, but so what? When young Lord of Poisonous Spider made his move, there were already two figures beside him. One was Old Tree, and the other was Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had been fighting within Yixian's perception range. With just a thought from Yixian, they could return to the planet's space and reappear in any corner of the perception range. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider obviously didn't think of this. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, two air-piercing sounds rang out. This time, young Lord of Poisonous Spider could only take it head-on. Bang! Clang! Young Lord Poison Spider used his sturdy spider legs to block Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attack. In his opinion, Ghost Dome Great Emperor was slightly stronger than Old Tree. However, he took a heavy punch from the Old Tree. However, this was not the end. Flaming Sun Lasso. The Old Tree pulled with his left hand, and a chain of flames pierced through young Lord Poison Spider's throat. Old Tree's main body was the Burning Heaven Seal. This Burning Sun rope was the same as Wei Jintian's Blade Storm. They were both skills, but was also enhanced by the Feast of Slaughter. Although the Feast of Slaughter increased the power of the Flaming Sun Lasso, the Old Tree knew that it was impossible to kill the young Lord of Poisonous Spider, who had an indestructible soul. He only wanted to trap him and buy some time for Yixian. At this time, Yixian had already left quickly, putting the items in the interspatial rings into his devouring space. Kill him, young Lord of Poisonous Spider shouted. The Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor immediately rushed towards Yixian. However, it was too late. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now an indestructible body level 6. Ding! The Ash's spirit has broken through. The host is now an indestructible body level 8. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. The host is now an indestructible body level 8. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. The host is now an indestructible body level 8. 4 system notifications sounded in succession. Now, Yixian was not afraid of the young Lord of Poisonous Spider and the rest of the people. Kill! Yixian's lips curled up slightly. He had broken through to the indestructible body level 6, and with the 5 times increase in killing power, it was enough to fight an indestructible soul realm expert. At present, the indestructible soul realm had 3 seconds left, but it was enough. Because Wei Jintian had also broken through to the indestructible body level 8, the power of the myriad returning swords instantly soared by several times. In less than 2 seconds, the 2 indestructible soul realm experts that Wei Jintian was holding back were swept by the Jintian swords. There were hundreds of bloody holes all over their bodies, and there were dozens of holes in their heads. They died instantly. Ding! The host killing intent has increased. Ding! The host killing intent has increased. Yixian's killing intent soared again. When he quickly slashed out 2 slashes to erase the souls of the 2 people, he heard a muffled sound in the distance. He turned around and found that the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor were blown away. What's going on? Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, who had broken through to the indestructible body level 8, suddenly could not defeat the young Lord of Poisonous Spider. Yixian looked and found that the young Lord of Poisonous Spider was holding a faith crystal in his hand. It turned out that he had used the power of faith. However, before Yixian could react, a phantom of a giant spider appeared behind the young Lord of Poisonous Spider. It was a white spider, which was similar to the white bone monarch spider that Yixian had seen before. When the phantom of the spider appeared, the other 2 indestructible soul realm experts could not help but say, "Sect leader, These two people, one of them was from the Thousand-Legged Sect, and the other was from the Snake Shadow Palace. However, the sect leader they spoke of was not from the Wind Centipede clan or the Snake Demon clan, but the Sky Spider sect Sky Spider. "My child, what happened?" The moment the white spider appeared, it immediately asked, "Father, someone made a scene at my wedding, stole the golden cat, and almost slaughtered the entire sect. Even I almost died in their hands," the young lord of Poisonous Spider said immediately. Just now, the aura of the old tree and the ghost dome Great Emperor suddenly soared, and their strength increased, almost killing him instantly. Fortunately, he took out the life-saving item that his father gave him in a moment of desperation. Otherwise, he would have died. One had to know that he had just broken through to the indestructible soul realm and had not had time to condense a soul seed. Xianxia had the means to destroy souls. If he was killed, he was afraid that he would die. How dare they? The Sky Spider Phantom's eyes flickered, and its gaze fell on Xianxia and the others. Xianxia looked at him, knowing that he would not be able to kill the young lord of Poisonous Spider this time. However, his mission was completed, and he had broken through to the next realm. This trip was not in vain. Therefore, he made a decision. Leave. Before the Sky Spider finished speaking, Xianxia directly entered a void door that was broken open, along with the other three people from the old tree. Swoosh! The void door closed, leaving behind a group of shocked people. This time, the Sky Spider sect branch had suffered a great loss. Not only were 4/5 of their disciples and elders dead, but the experts who came to congratulate them were also almost dead, including the Golden Toad sect, the Cthulhuism Society, and the Sky Spider sect's head elders. Damn it, they actually escaped. The young lord of Poisonous Spider could not help but curse. The experts of the Sky Spider sect's branch were not transferred from the sect, but were personally trained by him. Now that they were dead, his years of hard work would be in vain. Most importantly, he wanted to use the Golden Cat bloodline to activate the Golden Spider bloodline, but now, it was all for naught. My phantom can only save your life. I can't stop them if they want to leave. However, I will immediately send someone to investigate today's matter. Those people's strength is not something you can fight against. Chapter 1570. Although he didn't want to, young Lord Poisonous Spider knew that he couldn't beat the other party, so he could only silently agree. At this time, Xianxia had already passed through the Void Gate and arrived in front of the teleportation array. He then teleported, broke through the void, and finally returned to Su Qin, Su Yu, and the others. Su Qin, Su Yu, and the others were very happy to see Xianxia return. However, Su Qin and Su Yu's faces were filled with shock. Su Qin was the most shocked one. When they first met Xianxia was at Undying Fleshly Body Realm 3. When he rescued Su Yu, Xianxia broke through to Undying Fleshly Body Realm 5. Now that he returned, he actually broke through to Undying Fleshly Body Realm 6, just like her. In such a short time, he actually broke through consecutively. Was he still human? However, the most shocking thing was that Xianxia actually rescued Su Yu and came out unscathed. You guys, hurry up and follow me. Otherwise, the Sky Spider sect will seal all the teleportation arrays. It won't be so easy to leave then. Xianxia said directly. Since the Sky Spider sect already knew about the division, they would definitely send more powerful experts. Xianxia wasn't afraid of this, but he was afraid that the teleportation array would be destroyed. If that happened, he would have to run if he wanted to leave the 100 Beast territory. Yes, my lord. Su Qin nodded and directly passed through the Void Gate. After a few twists and turns, Xianxia returned to the vicinity of the Sky Spider sect's division. However, this time, he wanted to go around it. Su Qin and the others were extremely slow. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian was already at Undying Fleshly Body Realm 8, so his speed wasn't slow. In addition, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor also split up. If they found pursuers, Xianxia could quickly break through the void and leave. There was a teleportation array northeast of the Sky Spider sect division, which could save a lot of time. Xianxia's destination this time was there. He only hoped that the teleportation array wasn't destroyed. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Although he could repair the teleportation array, it would not be so easy for the Sky Spider sect to send experts to repair it. Due to Yixian's speed, the young Lord of Poisonous Spider probably wouldn't be able to catch up to them so quickly, so the teleportation shouldn't be a problem. However, Yixian was too naive. What he didn't know was that there was a transmission array in the Sky Spider sect's branch. After receiving the order from the Sky Spider sect, the sect's experts would directly descend here. Yixian led Su Qin and the others for less than half an hour before they were caught up by the Sky Spider sect's experts. An Undying Soul Realm, first level. Yixian raised an eyebrow when he felt this aura. A mere Undying Soul Realm cultivator dared to chase after him, courting death. Swish! Bang! Just as Yixian was about to summon Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree over, the Sky Spider sect elder, with an undying soul, released a signal. Soon, a large number of experts would be coming. It hadn't been long since the Sky Spider sect's branch was massacred. Yixian's Unicorn's Descent, Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash, and Wei Jintian's Blade Storm were all on cooldown. Even the Undying Battle Soul, Flaming Sun Lasso, and Death's Edge couldn't be used. Therefore, Yixian was still considering whether to fight or not. Forget it, Unicorn's Descent and Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash's cooldown are more than 90%. If I kill this person, I might be able to reach 100%. In the end, Yixian made his decision. Kill. Immediately, he summoned Old Shu and Ghost Dome Great Emperor and ordered them to kill their way over. This person had just heard of Yixian's strength, so he naturally didn't want to face them alone and quickly retreated. However, how could he be faster than Old Tree? In less than 2 seconds, this person was caught by Old Tree and held back. Then, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian also caught up. With the three of them working together, this Sky Spider sect elder with an Undying Soul Realm was directly killed. Then, Yixian erased his soul. Although Yixian didn't know if this person had a soul seed, he was too lazy to care. He directly took the other party's universe ring and devoured the things inside. Just a little more, and I'll be able to use Unicorn's Descent and Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. Yixian was a little disappointed. He quickly broke through the void and went to the Old Tree's route. After all, the Sky Spider sect elder had released a signal before he died. The place where the battle took place would soon be surrounded. However, not long after Yixian brought Su Qin and the others to Old Shu's route, they actually encountered another person who was at the first stage of the Undying Soul Realm. This was simply a gift to Yixian. But this time, when Yixian used his Eye of Revelation, he saw that the other party was holding something like a compass. Kill him. Yixian summoned the Old Tree trio again. Within a few rounds, the Sky Spider sect elder died at Yixian's hands. At this time, Yixian discovered that there was a similar compass in the spoils of War Ring. Ah, young Lord Poison Spider seems to have left a mark on my body. They must be tracking me. Su Yu suddenly reacted. Hearing this, Old Tree couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why didn't you say this earlier? Fortunately, they discovered it early. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if an expert came. I'm sorry, Senior, I forgot. Su Yu, who was covered in golden hair, lowered her head and said in shame. Seeing her like this, Yixian thought of Luoluo. After Luoluo transformed, she also had golden hair, fluffy ears, and a head. I don't think we can erase this mark, but it doesn't matter. I have the Void Gate anyway. They can't catch up no matter what. This may be a benefit for me. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. If he had this mark, he could slowly harvest these Sky Spider sect elders who took the initiative to come to him. Wouldn't that be great? At this moment, the cooldowns of Unicorn's Descent and Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash were over, so Yixian didn't have to worry anymore. Let's continue. Yixian shouted and opened 2 void gates. Then, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor went in separately. As for Wei Jintian, his body expanded again. He then put Su Qin and the others into his stomach and continued on with Yixian. So you had a mark left by young Lord Poison Spider in her body. Because young Lord Poison Spider was at the Undying Soul Realm, Yixian couldn't erase this mark. However, this didn't matter. Next, Yi Xian encountered another Sky Spider Sect Elder with an undying soul realm. Of course, this person was also dealt with by him. After that, they didn't encounter anyone else. Half a day later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at the teleportation array. However, what made Yi Xian helpless was that there were already people loitering outside the teleportation array. 3 Undying Soul Realm First Layer and 1 Undying Soul Realm Second Layer. Chapter 1571. This middle-aged man was the one that Yi Xian had identified as a second-degree Undying Soul Realm expert. He was currently at the 6th-degree Undying Soul Realm, while the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were at the 8th-degree Undying Soul Realm. It shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm expert. He just didn't know if the teleportation array was destroyed. No matter what, he had to kill these 4 first. Go! After placing Su Yu and the others nearby, Yi Xian quickly charged over. Of course, if possible, Yi Xian didn't want to fight with these 4 people. If he wanted to fight, he had to end it quickly. The Old Tree took the lead and directly exposed his aura to let the other party know. You're going to the 100 Beast region as expected. Good timing. The 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm expert was the first to discover the Old Tree. After a low shout, he directly charged over. The Old Tree saw them and quickly turned to leave. This was Yi Xian's plan to lure the enemy away. Yi Xian, on the other hand, concealed his aura and then rushed over to see if the teleportation array was usable. However, when he entered the teleportation palace, his expression darkened. F*CK, the teleportation array was indeed destroyed. Ding! The teleportation array is 60% damaged. It will take 1 day to repair. Begin repair? The system prompted. Yi Xian didn't care whether he was going to use the teleportation array or not. In any case, it wouldn't cost a super devouring crystal to repair the teleportation array. He would repair it first. Ding! The teleportation array is beginning repair. Just as the system notification rang out, a hearty laugh rang out from outside. I knew you were going to use the teleportation array, so I destroyed it. Ha. This voice belonged to the 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm middle-aged man. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Yi Xian could repair the teleportation array. Since you want to die so quickly, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly attacked. The Death Pursuit Order, Undying Soul Realm, Flaming Sun Rope, and other skills couldn't be used. However, the Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash and Unicorn's Descent could be used. However, it would take 1 day to repair the teleportation array, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't use these 2 skills. 3 1st-degree Undying Soul Realm experts and 1 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm expert were indeed troublesome for Yi Xian. The Sky Spider Sect Elder, who was at the 2nd stage of the Undying Soul Realm, was handed over to the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. As for the remaining 3, Yi Xian, Elder Shu, and Wei Zhentian each took 1, making it a 4 versus 4 battle. Brat, you're actually only at the 6th layer of the Undying Fleshly Body. Indestructible Soul Realm experts. Of them was just a few juniors with Undying Soul Realm bodies. Not only did they cause a ruckus in the Sky Spider Sect, they even killed several experts with Undying Soul Realm experts. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, the Sky Spider Sect master guessed that Yi Xian and the others were elites sent by the 100 Beast Realm. TCH, so what if I'm 4 levels lower than you? Yi Xian was full of disdain. He raised his hand and sent out wave after wave of void, flame, sword ripples. Then I'd like to see what right you have to spout nonsense in front of me. The old man roared angrily. The clothes on his back were torn apart. 8 sharp spider legs pierced towards Yi Xian. The Demon Spider Clan was good at one-on-one combat. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the 8 spider legs at all. Clang, clang, clang. But it had to be said that the 8 spider legs were very difficult to deal with. Yi Xian's attacks couldn't do anything to the old man. If Yi Xian had the Feast of Slaughters buff, or if he had broken through to the Undying Soul Realm, the old man wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he was only at the undying soul realm. On the other side, Old Tree and Wei Jintian were fighting one-on-one. The former had the upper hand, while the latter was evenly matched. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's side was also evenly matched. At present, they seemed to have the upper hand. However, the battle couldn't last too long. Su Yu and the others didn't have bodyguards. If they were caught, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Yi Xian was wondering if he should use Unicorn's Descent or Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. Let's keep them for now. My Eye of Revelation can see Su Yu's situation. There's no hurry. After some thought, Yi Xian decided not to use his 2 trump cards for the time being. Since that was the case, he had to rely on his skills to win. If he wanted to win this battle quickly, he had to first reduce the opponent's numbers. At present, he, Wei Jintian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were almost done fighting. Only Old Tree had the upper hand. Therefore, Yi Xian's plan was to let Old Tree come over first and finish off his opponent. Since the Death Hunt command couldn't be used, he could only use the Eye of the Void and the Eye of Space. Thinking of this, Yi Xian deliberately pulled away from Old Tree. This old man from the Sky Spider sect took advantage of the situation to chase after him. When Yi Xian was some distance away from Old Tree, but the Old Tree just happened to be within his sensing range, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, he put the Old Tree into his planning space. What? Old Tree's opponent was shocked because the Old Tree disappeared right in front of his eyes. However, when he glanced around, he realized that Old Tree had crossed a large distance and was now opposite Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's opponent was already surrounded by Yi Xian and Old Tree. Old Tree's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. Bam! A flaming fist landed on the old man's back and broke 3 of his spider legs. These spider legs were a part of the old man's body. It wouldn't be easy to recover them. I have space. While Old Tree was attacking, Yi Xian also raised his sword. This time he used the Eye of Space. The Void Flame sword ripple swept into the spatial rift and attacked the old man from his right. Bam! This old man's physique was quite strong. His head didn't explode after taking the Void Flame's sword ripple. Although he didn't kill his opponent instantly, with the addition of Old Tree, the situation changed to 2 against 1. Seeing this, Old Tree's opponent immediately charged toward Yi Xian, but it would take at least 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, Yi Xian's opponent was severely injured. Then, Yi Xian pulled away from his opponent and used the same tactic. However, this time, his opponent was very smart and joined forces with his partner. An old monster who has lived for thousands of years isn't that stupid. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the old man took out an item. It was the Sky Spider sect's signal flare. You're too naive. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, this old man must die. Chapter 1572. Grip of the Underworld. A powerful tearing force wrapped around the heavily injured old man. What? The old man was shocked. He didn't understand where this energy came from. Before he could react, his body involuntarily flew toward the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Not good. The old man's expression changed, but it was too late. The Old Tree had already arrived between him and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor with a remnant flame and punched out. Bang! The Sky Spider sect's elder's head finally exploded. His soul left his body and was killed by Yi Xian's Nihility Flame sword wave. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Finally, someone fell. If it was not for the tense situation, Yi Xian would not have let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor use the grip of the underworld. After all, it would consume a little of the elegy of Soul's buff. However, with the old man's death, things became simple. Yi Xian and the Old Tree worked together again to kill the Old Tree's opponent. Not only that, the old man who died just now also increased the strength of Yi Xian and the others, making them more skillful. This is not good. The expression of the second layer, Undying Soul, Realm Middle-Aged Man, sank. He thought that it would be enough to deal with Yi Xian and the others. He did not expect that one of his men would die first. It seemed that he had to retreat first. Trying to escape? Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and saw that the middle-aged man was trying to escape. He smiled faintly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor extended his hand and used the grip of the underworld again. The expression of the old tree's opponent changed drastically. His body was pulled towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian and the old tree attacked together. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out as the man's head exploded. Seeing this, Wei Zhentian's opponent lost his will to fight. If it was only death, he was not afraid because he still had a soul seed in the main sect. However, when he thought about how a soul seed would require a large amount of heavenly treasures and might need 1,000 years to revive, he was terrified. The loss outweighed the gain. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not plan to let any of them go. He ordered the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to catch up to the middle-aged man, while he joined forces with the old tree and Wei Zhentian to attack the third man. Besieged by the three of them, this person was defeated in 10 rounds and then killed. At this time, Yi Xian had already obtained 3 universe rings. Although there weren't many things inside, it still increased his and Old Shu's strength by a lot. Yi Xian said to Old Shu and Wei Zhentian, with Old Shu, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian joining forces, he wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face darkened as he looked for a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Old Tree and the other two's encirclement was impenetrable. He cannot escape at all. Just you wait. The sect master will avenge me. The middle-aged man shouted. He had spent a lot of time to form a soul seed. Even if he died today and his soul was destroyed, the soul seed would start to grow and revive. Yi Xian sneered. What sky spider? He was just a person who expanded his followers and used them to cultivate. He wanted to be a god. What a joke. If he was given more time, he could explore the entire 5 poison territory. Sky Spider Sect, Snake Shadow Palace, Cthulhuism Society, they would all be destroyed. The middle-aged man only lasted for a while. Soon, he was no match for the three's attack and was killed. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the ring. Sure enough, people with soul seeds would not carry everything with them because they could be resurrected. However, it did not matter. After all, it could increase the strength of Yi Xian and the others by a lot. Now, the guards of the teleportation array were all dead. However, the teleportation array was destroyed by them in advance. Therefore, it would take a day to repair it. Stay in the teleportation palace. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, the 3 of you go outside and be on guard. Yi Xian said to the 3. With the special positioning of the void, if Yi Xian discovered anything, he could instantly break through the void and bring them over. Then, he would break through the void and leave. Unless the expert that came exceeded his expectations, there would generally be no problem. However, so you had a mark left behind by young Lord of Poisonous Spider. If they stayed still for a day, it was impossible that no one would come. Did you find anything? After half a day, Yi Xian sent a voice transmission to the 3 across the void. No, there's nothing. Old Tree and the other 2 replied in the same way. However, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. He left the teleportation palace and felt for a moment. He found that the ground was shaking slightly. Not good. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Snake Shadow Palace Hall, Golden Toad Sect, Sky Spider Sect, Cthulhuism Society, and Thousand Foot Sect were known as the 5 Poison Sect. Among them, Thousand Foot Sect was proficient in traveling underground. The enemy was below. Come back. Yi Xian broke open 3 void doors consecutively and brought Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor back. Then, he led Su Yu and the others into the 3rd void door and arrived beside Old Tree. Huff huff. After they were safe, Yi Xian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This was because a large number of Thousand-Foot Sect experts were probably hiding under the teleportation palace just now. When they came out, it would be very troublesome. After all, Su Yu and the others were still there. Fortunately, he had the eye of perception, killer instinct, and spiritual awareness. He found some clues. At this moment, beside the teleportation palace just now, Puffed. More than 10 figures broke out of the ground. These people were all experts of Thousand-Foot Sect. There was even an Undying Soul Realm expert. Damn it. I originally wanted to wait for Elder Lien to arrive before making a move. I didn't expect them to escape. The Undying Soul Realm expert of Thousand-Foot Sect shouted in a low voice. He already knew that an Undying Soul Realm expert of Sky Spider Sect had fallen, so he did not dare to be careless. He wanted to wait for another Undying Soul Realm expert to arrive before making a move. He did not expect that it would be too late. Fortunately, he did not find any problems with the teleportation array. They must still be nearby. Search! The Thousand-Foot Sect expert shouted in a low voice and dug into the ground again. However, what he did not know was that Xianxia was already hiding in a place a few days away. This 5-poison divine sect is really relentless. Forget it. I will go back and take a look after half a day. Chapter 1573. At this moment, Xianxia could only hope that the other party did not discover the problem with the teleportation array. That way, he could return to the teleportation palace in half a day and teleport directly. Very quickly, another half a day passed. Ding! The teleportation array has been repaired. A system notification rang in Xianxia's mind. It seemed that the other party did not discover the problem with the teleportation array. Or perhaps they had discovered it, but did not destroy it. Instead, they were preparing to ambush there. Old tree, go back and see if there's an ambush. Xianxia opened a void door and asked Old Tree to check it out first. Old Tree had the seal of burning heaven, which was immortal and indestructible. Together with residual flame, it was most suitable for scouting. He returned to the teleportation palace and checked the surroundings. However, he did not discover anything. Young master, I'll teleport over to take a look first. Old Tree said to Xianxia and activated the teleportation array. A few seconds later, he successfully landed. Then, he checked the surroundings again and did not discover anything strange. It seems that the 5-poison sect did not discover that the teleportation array is repairing itself. All right, let's go. Xianxia was slightly relieved. He then led Su Yu and the others through the void door and teleported again. Whoosh! The teleportation array rose. A few seconds later, the group successfully teleported. However, after landing, Xianxia realized that something was wrong. According to the map, this should be a 2-way teleportation array. Why was there no teleportation array here? Could it be that the teleportation array was altered? No, that's impossible. I came here as soon as the teleportation array was repaired. It can't be altered. This means that the teleportation array below us has been destroyed. Xianxia immediately reacted. This was because this was also a teleportation palace, not a foothold. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He might have fallen into the enemy's trap. There might be a large number of ambushes in the surroundings. Old Tree only searched nearby. Let's go. We'll split up. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He asked the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor to leave separately while he stayed with Wei Jintian. Although he had fallen into an ambush, so what? This time, he might be able to use this opportunity to break through. Who is the prey? The corners of Xianxia's mouth slightly curled up as he brought Wei Jintian to the north. As expected, not long after they left, the Old Tree ran into 2 experts from the Sky Spider sect. One of them was an Undying Second Layer expert. It seemed that they had indeed fallen into an ambush. Surrender and hand over the Golden Cat, and we'll leave you with an intact corpse. The Second Layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider Sect Elder said to the Old Tree. Old Shu sent a sound transmission to Xianxia without missing a single word, then said, "With just the 2 of you? Since you've already teleported here, you should know that this is a trap. Now that the teleportation array is destroyed, the Sect Master has sent more people to surround this place. Even if you have the Eye of Space, you won't be able to escape today." The Second Layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider Sect Elder said. "Then let's try," Old Tree said in a low voice. In the next moment, a void door opened beside him. Xianxia led Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian to it. Next, he would have to fight with Su Yu and the others. Hence, This battle had to be ended quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them when the enemy's reinforcements arrived. Kill. In order to save time, Xian did not waste any time. He immediately gave the order to Old Tree and the other two. Today was different from the past. His undying battle soul and other skills were off cooldown. It would not take too much time to deal with these two people. In an instant, Old Tree appeared behind the first layer, Undying Soul Realm Sky, Spider Sect Elder, and launched an attack. In addition, Xian also used the Eye of Space and prepared to kill one of them. However, this person was standing together with the second layer, Undying Soul Realm Elder. The latter immediately reacted and neutralized Old Tree's and Xian's attacks. This time, Xian would not hold back. Grip of the Underworld. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. His target was the second layer, Undying Soul Realm Elder. At the same time, Old Tree, Xianxia, and Xian instantly changed their target. They would deal with the stronger one first. Too naive. 8 Spider Spears. The eyes of the second layer, Undying Soul Realm Sky, Spider, Sect Elder, turned cold. The 8 spider legs behind him pierced through Ghost Dome Great Emperor's hard armor and stabilized his body. Then, the 8 spider legs suddenly turned in the air and swept towards Xian. Xian was protecting Su Yu and the others, so he could not join the battle. This time, he was prepared to pay a heavy price. Death's Gaze. At this time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly used up 5% of the Elegy of Souls buff and focused his gaze on the second layer, Undying Soul Realm Elder. This move had become very powerful after Ghost Dome Great Emperor's mutation. This was the first time he used it. The consumption of 5% buff was not small, but after seeing the power, Xian knew that it was worth it. At this time, the 8 spider legs had stopped moving and turned into ashes, dissipating into the air. The second layer, Undying Soul Realm Sky, Spider, Sect Elder died in an instant. His soul left his body and was killed by Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. His killing intent skyrocketed, but the buff from the Elegy of Souls did not make up for it much. The other first layer, Undying Soul Realm Sky, Spider, Sect Elder, was stunned. What kind of skill was this? How could it kill a second layer, Undying Soul Realm Expert? At this moment, he had a feeling that he was the one with the Undying Body Realm, while Xian and the others were all at the Undying Soul Realm. After the second layer, Undying Soul Realm Sky, Spider Sect Elder died. The Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Xianxia turned around and attacked him. Xian quickly swept over and collected the yin and yang ring. There are a lot of things, but I'm still missing a little. Xian's eyes lit up. He devoured everything inside to increase the strength of the 4 of them. As long as they could break through again, this encirclement would no longer work on them. At that time, they would kill whoever came. In less than a second, the other Sky Spider Sect Elder died, and the yin and yang ring fell into Xian's hands. Just a little more, just a little more. Xian was slightly helpless, but it did not matter because he saw a few more figures coming from afar. One of them was the young Lord of Poisonous Spider, whom he had met once before. What a coincidence! Other than the young Lord of Poisonous Spider, there are 2 second-layer Undying Soul Realm experts and 2 first-layer Undying Soul Realm experts. With the Eye of Revelation, Xian could roughly guess the strength of the newcomers. He did not expect the young Lord of Poisonous Spider to be nearby. This was going to be fun. Chapter 1574. The corners of Xian's mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up. If he didn't, then the young Lord of Poison Spider would probably have died today. Soon, the young Lord of the Poisonous Spider arrived with 4 bodyguards. The 2 Second Heaven Undying Soul Realm experts were not from the Sky Spider sect. One was from the Cthulhuism Society, and the other was from the Thousand-Legged sect. Everyone in the 5 Poison Divine sect was proficient in using poison. The 8 Spider Spear that pierced through the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's armor was also coated in poison. If an ordinary person was hit by it, their soul would have been destroyed. Fortunately, The Ghost Dome Great Emperor had the immortal Phoenix bloodline in his body, so he was fine. Brat, you actually dare to disturb me on my wedding day? Do you think your life is too long? The young lord of the poisonous spider glanced at Yi Xian before finally looking at Su Yu, who was behind him. Why would I? I haven't lived long enough. Yi Xian smiled indifferently. He was only in his 20s. How could he have lived long enough? What a joke. Since that's the case, then take the initiative to hand him over. That way, perhaps I'll let you live. The young lord of poison spider's expression of, I'm the best, made Yi Xian feel a bit unhappy. If he lived, he would be forced to worship the sky spider. What kind of joke was this? If you want me to submit to you, it depends on your strength. Go. Yi Xian didn't waste any more time and gave the order. When the voice sounded, Old Shu and the other two had already rushed out. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Young lord of poisonous spider's expression changed instantly. Immediately, the four people behind him went forward. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were 3 people, while the enemy was 5. 2 of them were Second Heaven, Undying Soul Realm experts. This battle was very tricky. However, as long as they could reduce the enemy's numbers, this battle would be easy. Almost instantly, Old Tree's trio and Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's 4 bodyguards exchanged blows. As for Yi Xian, he stood guard near the cat tribe and looked at Young Lord of Poisonous Spider. In the latter's eyes, Yi Xian was definitely going to die this time. There was no chance for him to survive because the Sky Spider sect had sent out an Undying Soul 3rd layer expert, who would arrive very soon. Although Yi Xian did not know about this, it did not matter. There was always a trade-off. This time, he was prepared to bleed again. After Old Tree's trio received Yi Xian's telepathic message, they immediately locked their gazes on one person. This person was an elder of the Cthulhuism Society. Compared to the other elder of the 1,000 Feet sect, he should be easier to deal with. Residual Flame. Originally, Old Tree and the other 2 had their own opponents, but now they suddenly changed targets, flashing to the back of this Cthulhuism Society elder and punching him viciously. Bang! This person couldn't react in time and was hit by the punch, but his injuries weren't too serious. Then came Wei Zhentian's powerful Dragon Tail attack and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Sword Slash. This time, the other party wasn't able to block all of the attacks. He only managed to block Ghost Dome Great Emperor's giant sword slash before he was sent flying by Wei Zhentian's Dragon Tail. Ghost Dome Great Emperor took advantage of this opportunity to use his ultimate move again. Death Gaze. Every time he used this move, it would consume 5% of his amplification. This made Yi Xian feel very pained. In an instant, Yi Xian's and the other 3's amplification dropped from 45% to 40%. However, the Cthulhuism Society expert did not have any protective chi on him. After being hit by Ghost Dome Great Emperor's move, his head instantly turned into ashes. Yi Xian did not care about the other party's soul. He directly broke through the void and took the other party's yin and yang ring. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The show was finally about to begin. Ding! Host has a breakthrough. Host is currently at level 7 Undying Physical Body Realm. Ding! Ash Spirit has a breakthrough. Host is currently at level 9 Undying Physical Body Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has a breakthrough. Host is currently at level 9 Undying Physical Body Realm. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has a breakthrough. Host is currently at level 9 Undying Physical Body Realm. 4 consecutive system notifications sounded, which made everyone's aura soar. What? Young Lord of Poisonous Spider and the other 3 were shocked. Not only did they kill a level 2 Undying Soul Realm expert, but they also broke through in an instant. Could it be that they relied on slaughter to cultivate? Before they could react, Old Tree and the other 2 elders attacked directly. In the blink of an eye, the other 2 elders of level 1 Undying Soul Realm were also killed in an instant. This sudden turn of events caught the young lord of the poisonous spider off guard. Other people would have to spend hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years to level up, but Yi Xian and the others actually broke through in just a few days. Was this the reincarnation of an immortal? Go! Young Lord of Poisonous Spider finally understood what kind of mission he had provoked. His expression changed immediately, and he quickly retreated. Want to leave? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and directly used the Death Hunt command to mark Young Lord of Poisonous Spider, followed by the Eye of Assassination. Long before this battle, he had activated the Killing Feast. Now that he had killed 3 people, although the buff did not double, it was at least 90%. Thinking back to that day, Yi Xian, who had a level 5 undying physical body realm, was able to contend with Young Lord of Poisonous Spider with the Killing Feast's 3 times buff. Now that Yi Xian was at level 7 undying physical body realm, coupled with the Killing Feast buff, he was at least 4 or 5 times stronger than that day, right? Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xian crossed a large distance and flashed behind Young Lord of Poisonous Spider. This distance was already outside the range of Ghost Dome, Great Emperor's grip of the underworld. Not good. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's face was ashen. His brain reacted, but his body did not. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a wave of pain that was transmitted to Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's brain. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's neck was directly cut off by the Nihility Flame sword wave. The reason why Yi Xian did not directly attack Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's head was because he was afraid of accidents. Because the Undying Realm expert's weak point was the brain, the head was always harder than the neck. What if he could not kill Young Lord of Poisonous Spider and let him take out the Faith Crystal? Now, Yi Xian was not afraid. At this moment, Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's head was separated from his body, and the interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Young Lord, the other expert of the 1,000-foot sect, saw this and was completely dumbfounded. How did an encirclement suddenly turn into this situation? The script was not right. In the next moment, the 1,000-foot sect expert with a level 2 Undying Soul realm saw Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's head explode. His head exploded, and his soul left his body. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and he slashed with his sword. Whether Young Lord of Poisonous Spider had condensed a soul seed or not, he had to die today. Stop! The 1,000-foot sect expert shouted, but unfortunately, Yi Xian had already made his move. Bang! Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's soul was hit and instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. Next, it was the 1,000-foot sect expert's turn. Chapter 1575. You killed Young Lord Poison Spider. Sky Spider won't let you go. The 1,000-feet sect's expert didn't forget to threaten. If I was afraid of Sky Spider, I wouldn't have done it. You're just a few people with high realms. Calling yourselves gods? How shameless. Yi Xian snorted and joined the battle. In less than 3 rounds, the 1,000-feet sect's expert fell, and the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Needless to say, Young Lord Poison Spider, as the leader of Sky Spider sect's branch, had a lot of benefits. Yi Xian had just broken through and was already at the mid-stage of the 7th stage of the Undying Realm. It seemed that Young Lord Poison Spider hadn't condensed a soul seed. Now that he was dead, he couldn't be resurrected. What would Sky Spider's expression be when he found out that his most talented son had fallen? We're not far from the 100 Beast territory. We'll be there in 3 days. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't say a word and left with Su Yu and the others. Now that the Young Lord of the Poison Spider was dead, the Sky Spider might personally make a move. In Yi Xian's estimation, the sect leader of the Sky Spider sect was probably an expert at the 4th or 5th stage of the Undying Soul realm. If the other party caught up, Yi Xian couldn't beat him now. It was better to leave first. There were indeed people chasing after them, but they were all Undying Realm 1st and 2nd stage experts. Yi Xian didn't see any 3rd stage experts. Soon, 2.5 days passed. In fact, they were already in the 100 Beast territory, but that was in the past. This place was swept by the 5 poison territories some time ago, so it was considered their territory. Finally, just as Yi Xian was about to leave the 5 poison territory and step into the 100 Beast territory, a powerful aura quickly approached. Undying Soul, 3rd stage. Finally, someone interesting came. Unfortunately, I'm about to step into the 100 Beast territory. You can't catch up. Yixian shook his head helplessly. Since this was the last gift from the 5 poison sect, he naturally had to accept it. Bastard, you even dared to kill the young lord of the poisonous spider. Today, I will chop off your head and bring it back to the sky spider sect. The third stage, Undying Soul, realm expert bellowed and immediately attacked. Seeing this, Yixian did not waste any more words. He immediately joined forces with Old Tree and the others to meet them. If Yixian wanted to end this battle quickly, he would have to use his trump card, Residual Flame. The Old Tree swiftly flew over and exchanged blows with the other party. Then, it was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. As for Yixian, he directly tore through space and approached Yixian after finding an opportunity. Unicorn has descended. This third-level Undying Soul Realm expert was instantly trampled by Unicorn's hoof and then submerged into the ground. You looked so awesome when you first appeared. How did you end up like this? I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out that you only have a glib tongue. Why don't you rise with the wind and soar up 90,000 miles? When Yixian saw his miserable state, he couldn't help but ridicule him. As for the meaning of soar up 90,000 miles, it meant why don't you go to the heavens? Before the other party could vomit blood, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor followed up and instantly crushed the other party's head. The second unicorn's descent was wasted. In fact, this battle did not require Unicorn's descent, but Yixian was purely celebrating. This third-level Undying Soul Realm expert died very miserably. Even his soul was obliterated by Yixian. This person should also have a soul seed, so there weren't many things in the ring. But it was better than nothing. Let's go. After Yixian finished devouring the things in the ring, he directly brought Su Yu and the others into the 100 Beast territory. During this period of time, Su Qin, Su Yu, and the others had already prostrated themselves in admiration of Yixian. When they first met Yixian, Yixian was only at the third level of the Undying Body Realm. But now, he had broken through to the 7th level of the Undying Body Realm. Some people couldn't do it even if they were given 10,000 years. But Yixian seemed to have spent less than 10 days. The difference between the two was hundreds of thousands of times. Su Qin and Su Yu were full of admiration for Yixian, and so were the others. They were actually younger in the tribe, because they often went into seclusion for 100 years or even 1,000 years. This group of people was equivalent to humans in their teens or 20s. If it weren't for the fact that Yixian looked very cold, they would definitely circle around Yixian. It was even possible that all of them would marry Yixian. However, a strong person like Yixian, who might even reach the threshold of the ascension state in the future, never lacked women. Now that Yixian had successfully escorted Su Yu and the others to the 100 Beast territory, he immediately glanced at the mission. The first part of the chain random mission was to save Su Qin and the others. The second part was to save Su Yu, and the third part was to send them to the 100 Beast territory. Now that they had arrived at the 100 Beast territory, why hadn't the mission been completed yet? At this time, Yixian suddenly noticed that the third part of the mission had changed. A specific location had appeared, the City of Beasts. It seemed that he had to send Su Yu and the others to the City of Beasts. This is my first time in the 100 Beast territory. I don't have a map of the 100 Beast territory. Yixian raised his eyebrows. He didn't know where the City of Beasts was. It seemed that he had to find a place to get it. Suddenly, he thought of something. Su Yu and the others were from the 100 Beast territory, right? Who has a map of the 100 Beast territory? Yixian turned and asked. My lord, I have one here. Su Qin took out a map and handed it to Yixian. Yixian immediately copied it and looked at it. If everything went well, they would be able to reach the City of Beasts after a few teleportations. However, the 100 Beast territory was the same as the 5 Poison territory. It was a place of faith. Yixian's human identity might be like the 5 Poison territory here, like a rat crossing the street. Where is the City of Beasts? Yixian pointed at a city on the map and asked. The City of Beasts is the center of the 100 Beast territory. There are 5 city lords there, the patriarchs of the cat, fox, leopard, bear, and ox clans, Su Qin replied. After hearing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked again, "So you mean that Ancestor Fox is there too?" "Yes, Ancestor Fox is a city lord of the City of Beasts, but I heard that she went missing with the Leopard Emperor. Rumor has it that they were plotted against and have fallen." After Su Qin finished speaking, Yixian couldn't help but tremble. He asked in horror, "What did you say? Ancestor Fox might have fallen?" He came to the 100 Beast territory to find Ancestor Fox, to see if the ancestor of the Fox clan in the Glazed Light Holy Land had the ability to suppress Lulua's heavenly loathing Fox bloodline. During this time, Luoluo had actually broken through to the imperishable realm, but she still couldn't suppress the heavenly loathing Fox bloodline. Now, Su Qin said that Ancestor Fox might have fallen. Wasn't that a tragedy? Chapter 1576. After Su Qin's reminder, Yixian suddenly realized something. Fox Ancestor was an undying soul realm powerhouse. She might have condensed a soul seed. If she dies, as long as she has a soul seed, she can be resurrected again. But there's another problem. Let's not talk about whether there is a soul seed or not. Even if there is, resurrection will take time. Luoluo can't wait for her to be resurrected. Yixian frowned. It seems that his luck wasn't very good this time. Luoluo might directly reincarnate. However, as long as Luoluo reincarnates, then Yixian will have 18 years. Give Yixian 18 years, and he will definitely grow stronger than the heavens. At that time, he won't be able to suppress Lulua's bloodline. Next, I will send you to the City of 100 Beasts. When the cat ancestor sees the golden cat bloodline, she will definitely nurture it. After Yixian finished speaking to Suyu, he continued to lead them north. The City of 100 Beasts was at the center of the 100 Beast territory. They still had to travel for a while. This random chain mission was the most troublesome one that Yixian had ever received. However, the reward will definitely be very rich. Thinking of this, Yixian couldn't help but quicken his pace. There was a teleportation array nearby, but because it was close to the edge of the 5 poison territory, he didn't know if it was destroyed. Along the way, because he was hiding in Wei Jintian's stomach, coupled with the aura of the old tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor, no one came to find him. One day later, Yixian arrived at the teleportation array. "We're finally here, let's go." After Yixian finished speaking, he entered the teleportation palace and prepared to be teleported. But at this moment, the teleportation array in the teleportation palace suddenly started operating. Before Yixian could use it, the teleportation array started operating automatically. This meant that someone was teleporting over. Huh. The teleportation array stopped, and soon after, 3 figures entered Yixian's eyes. After seeing these 3 people, Yixian's expression couldn't help but freeze, because these 3 people were actually Undying Soul Realm experts. How is that possible? In such a remote area, how could a 3rd stage Undying Soul Realm expert appear? Furthermore, there were 3 of them at once. Could it be that he wanted to enter the 5 poison realm and find trouble with the 5 poison divine sect? Yixian did not understand either, but it would be fine as long as he was careful. The 3 of them were members of the Cat Clan. When they landed, they also saw Yixian and the others. Body Indestructible 7th stage. Body Indestructible 9th stage. Body Indestructible 9th stage. Body Indestructible 9th stage. In an instant, the auras of Yixian and the others were captured by the other party. They were only at the indestructible level, so the 3 of them didn't take Yixian's group seriously. However, when they expanded their spiritual senses, they discovered Su Yu and the others hiding within Wei Zhantian's body. This aura. Suddenly, the leader of the Cat Clan trembled and exclaimed in shock, "Golden Cat bloodline." Yixian was about to make way for the 3 of them, but when he heard this, his body suddenly trembled. He was discovered. However, the 3 of them were Cat Clan experts and should be from the City of 100 Beasts. Immediately, Yixian asked Megatron to open its mouth and release Su Yu and the others. "It is indeed the Golden Cat bloodline. Greetings, Your Highness." When the leader saw Su Yu, he immediately knelt on one knee, and so did the other 2 behind him. Seeing this, Yixian immediately reacted. Just as he thought, The three of them should have gotten the news and wanted to enter the five-poison realm to find Suyu. However, the transmission of this news was a little too slow. "You are," Suyu said in shock. However, she knew that the highness they were talking about was her because she had the golden cat bloodline. "We were ordered by the cat ancestor to go to the five-poison realm to find your highness, but we didn't expect your highness to appear here." The leader said, "I was originally captured by young Lord Poison Spider of the Sky Spider sect, but was rescued by these lords." After Suyu finished speaking, she turned to look at Xian. "They?" The leader couldn't believe it. After all, the three of them were only in the undead physical body realm. How could they rescue Suyu from the Sky Spider sect? In any case, the Golden Cat bloodline wouldn't be a problem, and Xian and the other two didn't seem to be a threat to them, so the leader didn't care. "Your Highness, return to the City of 100 Beasts with us," the leader said. Next, Xian followed the three cat clan experts at the third level of the Undying Soul realm and directly teleported. After arriving at the teleportation point, the leader said, "There is a secret teleportation array around here that is specially used by our cat clan. We can directly reach the City of 100 Beasts from here." Hearing this, Xian raised his eyebrows. This was great. It could save a lot of time. However, this kind of teleportation array that directly teleported to the City of 100 Beasts generally had a realm restriction. Xian estimated that it could only teleport an undead soul realm expert at most. About half a day later, they teleported to the City of 100 Beasts. "Have we arrived?" Xian squinted his eyes. As soon as they arrived, he sensed a powerful aura. The City of 100 Beasts, the heart of the 100 Beasts region, was indeed extraordinary. "Follow me," the leader said. When Xian walked out of the teleportation palace, he saw a solemn palace. However, there were different statues at the entrance of each palace, such as cats, leopards, bears, and so on. However, in the end, Xian followed the man in the lead into a palace with over 100 beast sculptures. "The 100 Beast Palace. Your Highness, please wait here for a moment," the leader said and directly left, while the other two stood guard at the entrance. Everyone waited for a while, and then there was a powerful aura that shocked everyone. So strong, could it be the undead soul realm? Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This level of expert wasn't something he could deal with at the moment. However, at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Chain random mission 3rd round completed. At the same time, two figures appeared in front of Xian and the others. One was the leader of the group who had just left, while the other was a female cat with golden fur. When Xian and the others focused their gazes on him, they were shocked. Golden Cat bloodline. This cat woman was one of the city lords of the City of 100 Beasts, the ancestor of the cat race. It really is the Golden Cat bloodline. Since the cat ancestor appeared, her eyes were focused on Suyu. After all, the two were the same bloodline. "Greetings, City Lord." Su Qin, Suyu, and the others greeted in unison. Although Xian wasn't from the beast race, he also bowed. Chapter 1577. City Lord, it was these lords who saved me from the Sky Spider sect. Suyu said directly. Cat ancestor's gaze fell on Xian and the others. Xian, 7th degree Undying Physique Realm, human. Old Tree, 9th degree Undying Physique Realm, monster. Ghost Dome Great Emperor, 9th degree Undying Physique Realm, rare beast. In Cat Ancestor's eyes, only Ghost Dome Great Emperor was worthy of her attention. As for Xian and the Old Tree, they weren't even qualified to meet her. Although the Sky Spider sect branch doesn't have an Undying Physique Realm expert, I heard that you saved the people on the wedding day of the poisonous spider young lord. Your strength and courage are commendable. However, neither of you have any faith. Where did you come from? Cat Ancestor asked Xian and the Old Tree. We came from a remote place south of the Five Poison Territory. We happened to encounter this matter, so we helped. Xian replied. This surprised Cat Ancestor because she thought the leader was the Old Tree. After all, the Old Tree was a 9th degree Undying Physique Realm expert, while Xian was only a 7th degree Undying Physique Realm expert. Why did Xian speak? It's unlikely that a martial artist of your level would be born in the south, right? Cat ancestor narrowed his eyes, but he didn't care. Fine, you have done a meritorious deed. I can give you a chance to become my disciple. This will speed up your cultivation. Breaking through to the undying physique realm is just around the corner. Like the 5 poison territory, the 100 beast region was the territory of the beasts, so they both needed to develop faith. After hearing this, Xian felt helpless. The thing he was most worried about had happened. My apologies, City Lord. I'm here to find Fox Ancestor. Xian cupped his fists. Fox Ancestor? Cat Ancestor's eyes suddenly lit up. A guess rose in her heart, but she was someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years. This kind of emotion naturally wouldn't show on her face. I guess you've already heard that the Fox Ancestor has gone missing and is no longer in the City of 100 Beasts. The Cat Ancestor said. This junior has also heard of it. This junior activated the heaven-loathing fox bloodline because of a fox friend. I am now 17 years old, so I wish to find the Fox Ancestor to see if he can suppress the heaven-loathing fox bloodline, Xian said honestly. Oh, heaven-loathing fox bloodline? The Cat Ancestor was slightly surprised. She had also heard of the celestial loathed fox bloodline, but it was only a legend of the beast race. However, she did not intend to ask too much. After all, this was not a matter of the cat clan. Therefore, she only nodded slightly and said, "This interspatial ring is your reward. Also, if there is really someone with the heaven-loathing fox bloodline, you could go to the Fox clan and ask." After she finished speaking, she threw the universe ring to Xian. There weren't many things inside, but it was enough for one person to break through to the undying soul realm. This reward was already very good. Many thanks, Senior. This junior will take his leave. Xian took the interspatial ring and thanked him with cupped fists. I will send you out. The undying soul realm expert beside the Cat Ancestor said. Xian nodded and left with Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. His mission was completed, so there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Under the guidance of someone, Xian quickly left the 100 Beast Plaza. After the leader led Xian out of the 100 Beast Plaza, he said to Xian, "The Fox clan is in the northwest of the 100 Beast City. Just ask around and you will find it." Many thanks. Xian thanked him and left with Old Tree and the other two. The leader looked in the direction he left with flickering eyes before he finally followed. The Cat Ancestor had secretly given him a mission, which was to follow Xian and the others. When the time was right, he was to convert Xian into a believer. The Cat Ancestor guessed that Xian might be from the 5 Poison sect and saved Suyu so that he could sneak into the City of Beasts and gain their trust to obtain secrets. After Xian and the others left the 100 Beast Plaza, they headed in the northwest direction of the City of Beasts. Along the way, they encountered various beasts, who all looked at Xian strangely. There weren't many humans and monsters in the City of Beasts, and they were only in the undying physique realm. This was a little strange. After all, this was the center of the 100 Beast territory. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for anyone who wasn't in the undying soul realm to come here. Xian ignored the gazes of these people and walked on his own. However, he noticed the man in the lead following behind him. "Are you following me because you want to convert me into a believer of the Cat Ancestor, or?" Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't defeat an expert like the Cat Ancestor, he wouldn't let it go if the other party wanted to kill him. The Cat Ancestor was only in the undying soul realm. He'd killed one before leaving the 100 Beast territory, so it was nothing. Moreover, he'd just obtained an interspatial ring. The things inside had greatly improved his cultivation, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the undying physique realm. Soon, he found the Fox clan's residence. Who goes there? 2 Fox clan experts in front of the Fox clan's courtyard stopped Xian. "This one is Xian. I've come to the Fox clan today to discuss something with your clan," Xian said with a cupped fist salute. "It's rare to see a human without faith," muttered one of the guards, then asked, "What do you want?" "It's like this. This one has a friend who possesses the very rare heavenly fox bloodline of the Fox clan. She's already 17 years old, and has reincarnated several times. That's why this one came to your clan, to find a way to suppress the heavenly fox bloodline, Xian said truthfully. After the two guards heard this, they were both shocked. What? Heavenly fox bloodline? Is that true? Asked one of the guards in surprise. Yes. Xian nodded solemnly. The two guards at the first level of the Undying Soul realm looked at each other. They saw that Xian was only at the 7th level of the Undying Soul realm and wasn't a threat to them, so they were a bit surprised. On the way to the Fox clan, Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian pretended to be separated, but in reality, he'd taken them into the planting space, so he was alone. I'll report this to my superiors. Wait here. As soon as the guard finished speaking, he ran into the Fox clan's courtyard. The Fox clan's courtyard wasn't large. It was only one of the Fox clan's outposts in the city of 100 Beasts. Not long after, the guard who'd left in a hurry returned with a Fox clan man. Lord Fox, that's him, said the guard, pointing at Xian. This Fox clan man was at the Undying Soul realm. He wasn't weak and probably held a high position in the Fox clan. Kid, you said you have a friend with the heavenly fox bloodline? Asked the Fox clan man in surprise. Yes. Xian nodded. Chapter 1578. Her realm is low. She's only at the 2nd level of the Undying realm. She couldn't pass through the 5 poison realm to reach the 100 beast territory. Xian answered honestly. The Fox man raised an eyebrow. Pass through the 5 poison realm? Yes, I passed through the 5 poison realm to reach the 100 beast territory. Xian nodded. As soon as he finished, someone exclaimed, Impossible! You're only at the 7th level of the Undying realm. How could you pass through the 5 poison realm to reach the 100 beast territory? The one who spoke was the guard who'd brought the Fox man out. He wasn't the only one. Even the other guard didn't believe it. Even an Undying Soul realm expert would have a hard time passing through the 5 poison realm, not to mention Xian, who was at the 7th level of the Undying realm. Realm doesn't represent strength, Xian replied coldly. Indeed, realm didn't represent strength, but this sentence was used to describe geniuses. Only geniuses could challenge those of higher realms. Xian looked very ordinary. Even if he challenged those of higher realms, he would only have the combat strength of an Undying Soul realm expert. How arrogant. Elder, I'm sorry, I was careless. After the guard finished speaking in shame, he revealed a fierce expression and said to Xian, Come, let me meet you. Let's see if your strength is as good as your mouth. Xian didn't waste time. He took out his weapon and swept it out. Void Flame Sword Wave. This attack was fast, but he didn't use burst of killing intent. Xian was afraid of killing the guard in one hit and becoming enemies with the Fox clan. The guard didn't even think about taking out his weapon, but when he saw Xian's attack, he was shocked and quickly took out a long sword from his interspatial ring. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the guard was sent flying under the astonished gazes of the crowd. You can't even take one hit from me. Your mouth is better than mine. Xian couldn't help but mock. The entire crowd was silent. A human at the 7th level of the Undying realm could actually send an Undying Soul realm expert flying. How is this possible? However, the power of the Void Flame Sword Wave was indeed strong. Was this really an attack from a human at the 7th level of the Undying realm? It was too fake. Even the Fox clan man was shocked by Xian's sword strike. It was obvious that he hadn't expected this to happen either. The power of this sword is enough to kill an undead soul stage expert if he didn't defend himself. This kid is not simple. The Fox man narrowed his eyes. The way he looked at Xian changed as well. Brat, I'll kill you. At this moment, the guard that was sent flying suddenly stabilized himself. He let out a few loud shouts and charged towards Xian. Since the other party still wanted to fight, then Xian would naturally accompany him. Burst, Void Flame Sword Wave, this attack has Undying Soul target. Yeses. Of course, he wasn't aiming for his opponent's head, but his body. If he was hit, he wouldn't kill his opponent. Clang! Another crisp sound was heard. The Undying Soul Guard was sent flying again. The weapon in his hand slipped out of his hand. This kind of behavior could only be described as overestimating himself. Did he really think that Yi Xian's attack was successful because of a sneak attack? Enough! The Foxman shouted. His words were very effective. After the Undying Soul Guard stabilized himself, he stopped attacking. Your strength is not bad. You are indeed qualified to cross the 5-poison realm. After the Foxman finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned pink. This was charm. Yi Xian quickly closed his eyes and sneered. If this is the Fox Clan's way of treating guests, then I'll take my leave. The Foxman obviously wanted to charm Yi Xian and then ask for the truth. However, Yi Xian didn't fall for it. Good boy. Although I closed my eyes immediately, there's still a gap. With my level, I can't charm him in an instant. The Foxman was shocked. He was at the 3rd level of the Undying Soul Realm, while Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Undying Physical Body Realm. There was a difference of 5 levels between them. Being unable to charm him in an instant was enough to show that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Sorry. The Foxman smiled faintly and said, I just wanted to verify the truth of the matter. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He just looked at him silently. My name is Wusong, Elder of the Fox Clan. Come with me. The Foxman said to Yi Xian. Although the Undying Soul Realm Guard who had been sent flying twice by Yi Xian was furious, he didn't dare to disobey Wusong's orders. Yi Xian followed Wusong in under his murderous gaze. I can't verify the truth of the matter. It's not like you aren't willing to be charmed by me. How can I believe you? Wusong said with his back facing Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already thought of this problem. He took out a blood bottle from his interspatial ring. This blood bottle contains the blood of my friend. You can take a look and see if there's any Fox Clan bloodline in your clan. After Yi Xian said that, he threw the blood bottle to Wusong. The latter raised his eyebrows when he saw the blood bottle. This bloodline is indeed from my Fox Clan. However, I don't think I've ever seen it before. Wusong was shocked. Could it be that Yi Xian was telling the truth? In fact, he didn't believe in the existence of the heaven-loathing fox from the very beginning. That was because the probability was too low. Furthermore, it had never appeared before. It had always been a legend among the Beast Clan. But now, there was a Fox Clan bloodline that had never appeared before. In my clan, there are a total of 123 different bloodlines. Currently, 120 bloodlines still exist. The other 3 have appeared before. Wusong pondered. He was sure that the blood in front of him was a Fox Clan bloodline. However, he had never seen it before. Therefore, it might be a Fox Clan bloodline that had never appeared before. Even if it wasn't a heaven-loathing fox, it was enough to attract the attention of the Fox Clan. As long as they brought people here and reproduced, it might appear again. Now, Wusong was starting to believe Yi Xian's words. Come with me. Wusong frowned. After speaking to Yi Xian, he entered a palace in the distance. Yi Xian went in and saw that it was a teleportation palace. Could it be that they were going to be teleported to the Fox Clan? Soon, the teleportation formation began to operate. They landed in front of a cliff. Sure enough, it was the Fox Clan. The city of 100 beasts was only so big. It couldn't hold 100 beast clans. Therefore, most clans were established in other places. After landing, Wusong led Yi Xian to a palace without saying a word. Go in and wait. I'll report this to the higher-ups. After Wusong finished speaking, he immediately left. Yi Xian looked at Wusong's back. Then, he entered the palace and waited quietly. Chapter 1579. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but recall that the reincarnation fox Hu Xing, Er's surname, was also Hu. Perhaps she was related to the Fox Clan. However, when he sent a voice transmission to Luoluo, he realized that the reincarnation fox herself wasn't sure if she was related to the Fox Clan. The Lu Guang's Sacred Ground and the Penglai's Sacred Ground both had Fox clans. The reincarnation fox Hu Xing might have been born from a Fox Clan member from the Penglai's Sacred Ground who came to the Lu Guang Sacred Ground. The Fox ancestor in the Fox Clan didn't represent the ancestor of all the Fox clans. It was just the ancestor of most of the Fox clans in the Lu Guang Sacred Ground. After a while, Yi Xian felt a huge aura approaching. However, this time, it wasn't a 5th-stage Undying Soul. This aura was much weaker than the cat ancestor. It was probably a 4th-stage Undying Soul. Soon, Husong led a young Fox clan member into the palace. This young man was holding the blood bottle that Yixian gave Husong, which was Luoluo's blood. The young man walked in quickly and said in surprise, "Does the heaven-loathing Fox bloodline really exist?" "It's real." Yixian didn't know who this young man was and answered directly. "I'm Huingbua, the other Fox ancestor," said the young man. "The other Fox ancestor?" Yixian was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Why were there two Fox ancestors? "The Fox ancestor you speak of is usually my wife, Hu Lingxing. Back then, the two of us brought our descendants to the Lu Guang sacred ground," said Huingbua. This time, Yixian understood. So he was the husband of the Fox ancestor. After all, the Fox ancestor couldn't have given birth alone, right? "Greetings, senior." Yixian hurriedly greeted him. Although the Fox ancestor was missing, Huingbua was still considered a Fox ancestor. He was a fourth-stage, undying soul, and might be able to solve Luoluo's problem. "Where is this friend of yours now?" Huingbua asked curiously. The heaven-loathing Fox bloodline was the best bloodline of the Fox clan. Once it could avoid the heavenly tribulation, the Fox clan would be very powerful. Luoluo had yet to fully activate the heaven-loathing Fox bloodline, but her cultivation was already several times faster than others. Ignoring everything else, just her ability to automatically absorb the heaven-earth yuan qi was already extremely powerful. If Luoluo had been born in the 100-beast realm, she would have been able to break through to the imperishable realm in 100 years just by absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. She is in the south of the Five Poison territory. I also came from there. Yixian replied. Since that's the case, then I'll immediately send people over to pick her up. However, looking at the situation of the Five Poison realm right now, I reckon that we can only bypass the Five Poison realm. Huingbua said, bypassing the Five Poison realm, it might take many years. But this bit of time was really nothing to these old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. That won't do. She's already 17 this year. In a few months, she'll undergo her heavenly tribulation, Yixian suddenly reminded him. Only then did Huingbua react. In his inherited memories, the heaven-loathing fox had to undergo a heavenly tribulation at the age of 18. If we send elites, we can return in a few months. However, the Five Poison sect seems to be making a big move now. It's too dangerous. Huingbua shook his head and tried to think of a solution. At this time, Yixian suddenly said, Actually, I have an idea. Oh. Huingbua's eyes lit up. What idea? Yixian's idea was to use the plan dimension. He would let his second clone go and put Luoluo into the plan dimension. Then, he would summon her out. He had forgotten about it before, but now he remembered it. If he wanted to, he could reach the land of reincarnation within a day. However, at this time, a loud sound suddenly entered the ears of Yixian and the others. Rumble. A loud rumble suddenly came from the distance. Then, sounds came from other directions. This movement successfully attracted the attention of Yixian and the others. What's going on? Huingbua frowned. Husong immediately left the palace and went outside to take a look. Then he shouted, Family head, this is bad. There are experts attacking our clan. What? Huingbua was shocked and immediately left the palace. Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but frown as he followed. At this time, sounds of battle came from all directions of the Fox tribe. There were many figures fighting in the air. Seeing this, Huingbua suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly activated his true qi and roared to the sky. There are external enemies attacking. Everyone be on alert. Inform the city of beasts. He saw that the people attacking the Fox tribe were from the Five Poison sect, and their realms were not low. They were at least in the Undying realm. This was obviously premeditated. So many experts from the Five Poison sect. How did they come to the center of the 100-beast territory? Husong, protect this little brother. After Huingbua finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. But before he could take a few steps, someone shouted, Not good. Family head, the transmission array to the city of beasts has been destroyed. Even the hidden one is destroyed. What? Huingbua was shocked. It was one thing for the teleportation array to be destroyed, but how did the teleportation array that they had hidden get discovered as well? This meant that the Fox tribe was isolated and without help. They really came prepared. Kill. Hu Ying's expression changed, and he charged in a direction. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to scan the area and found many experts from the Sky Spider sect, Thousand-Foot sect, and other sections. No wonder he could escape the Five Poison Realm so quickly. It turned out that these experts had infiltrated the 100 Beast territory and were attacking the Fox tribe today. I heard that Fox ancestor had fallen. Now, these people are attacking. Could it be that they suspect that Fox ancestor is using the soul seed to resurrect? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. Fox ancestor was an expert in the Undying Realm. If she was successfully resurrected, the strength of the 100 Beast territory would increase greatly. So that was it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly reacted. Coincidentally, he had reached the peak of the Undying Realm and was close to a breakthrough. This was a good opportunity. You can go and help. Don't worry about me, Yi Xian suddenly said to Hu Song beside him. No, family head asked me to protect you. Hu Song shook his head, but from his expression, he also wanted to join the battle. After all, he was in the Undying Realm and could kill many enemies. If that's the case, then let's go together. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. He directly took out his weapon and attacked. What are you doing? Hu Song was shocked. Damn it. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Undying Body Realm, and the people who came to attack the Fox clan this time were all at least at the Undying Soul Realm. Was he courting death by daring to participate in a battle of this level? Chapter 1580. Not good. Hu Song's expression changed drastically. Under other circumstances, he wouldn't be afraid of the 4 second-degree Undying Soul Realm experts. However, Yi Xian was nearby. What if he was caught in the crossfire? He could only pray in his heart that Yi Xian had condensed a drop of undying blood essence so that he could be resurrected after death. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't condense the undying blood essence when he broke through to the Undying Soul Realm because he had a safer second doppelganger. Condensing the imperishable blood essence required a lot of time, as well as a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Add to that the fact that his cultivation level increased very quickly, and once he leveled up, the old imperishable blood essence would no longer be useful. However, just as Hu Song raised his spirits, Yi Xian's lips suddenly curled up. Then, 3 figures appeared beside him. They've come at the right time. If you see these ugly bugs, kill them without mercy. Yi Xian roared and rushed out. Daring to participate in this level of battle as a 7th-degree Undying Soul Realm expert was courting death. Of course, this was Hu Song's thought. He couldn't care less now. If this operation wasn't handled well, the Fox clan would suffer heavy losses. In his heart, the lives of his clansmen were more important than Yi Xian. 4 second-degree Undying Soul Realm experts were nothing in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. He saw the sudden appearance of the bald old man, the rare exotic beast, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and the Green Sky Dragon. Each of them blocked a 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm expert. F***CK. What's going on? Hu Song paused. This was good. He could deal with the last person. With his realm, he could finish off his opponent in 10 rounds and then kill the remaining 3. However, he was too naive. He had only fought for 5 rounds with his opponent when a figure appeared in the air not far away. This figure was an expert from the Golden Toad sect of the Five Poison sect. However, his head had exploded. He was dead. How is this possible? Hu Song was shocked again. Even he had yet to finish off his opponent. Yi Xian and the other 2 had an undying fleshly body, yet he had actually killed one of them. Who exactly was the undying 3rd-stage realm expert? However, in the next moment, he understood why Yi Xian and the others were able to kill their opponents so quickly. Other than the spatial eye, it was also because of their perfect teamwork. Although the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jintian were fighting one-on-one, they would suddenly change their target. Under the focus fire, the 2nd person also fell. Then, a 3rd person appeared. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's auras suddenly skyrocketed after Yi Xian took the 3rd person's universe ring. He had broken through. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 8th stage of the undying fleshly body realm. Ding! The spirit of ashes has broken through. Currently at the undying soul stage 1. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Now he is at undying soul stage 1. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Now he is at undying soul stage 1. In an instant, the old tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's auras skyrocketed several times. After all, they had crossed a large realm. Before breaking through, they could easily kill an undying soul stage 2 elder of the 5 Poison Divine sect. Now that they had broken through to the undying soul stage, killing an undying soul stage 3 elder was a piece of cake. Before Husong could react, the old tree sent a remnant flame over and killed Husong's opponent with a punch. Then, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame sword wave obliterated the soul. Until now, Husong still hadn't reacted. Who said that Yi Xian didn't have the strength to cross the 5 Poison Divine sect. Even with the addition of the 100 Beast region, it wouldn't be a problem. These 4 experts of the 5 Poison Divine sect had all died in the hands of Yi Xian and the others. Their universe rings had also been taken away by Yi Xian, while Husong hadn't killed any of them. It seemed that Husong had played a role in delaying one of them. Without waiting for Husong to react, Yi Xian directly led the old tree and the others to kill their way out. This was a good opportunity for him to level up. As long as Yi Xian broke through again, the old tree and the others would be able to fight against the 5 Poison Divine sect. Due to the difference in realms, there wouldn't be any Undying Soul Stage, 3 Undying Soul Stage experts looking for trouble with Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian also wouldn't take the initiative to look for such experts. Although Old Shu, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian had all broken through to the Undying Soul Realm, it was much easier for them to kill second-layer Undying Soul Realm experts. Killing a third-layer Undying Soul Realm expert was much better than killing 5 second-layer Undying Soul Realm experts. At the same time, the sudden appearance of this strange group of reinforcements attracted the attention of many. The majority didn't recognize Yi Xian, but there were a few who had seen Yi Xian and Husong together. In addition, Yi Xian's group was killing the 5 Poison Divine sect experts, so they naturally assumed that they were reinforcements. At this time, a deep voice suddenly resounded from the horizon. Huingbua, I know that the Fox Ancestor is using the Soul Seed to revive. Obediently tell us where the Fox Ancestor is, or today will be the day of your Fox clan's destruction. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that Huingbua was fighting with an expert from the Snake Shadow Hall. This expert from the Snake Shadow Hall was also at the 4th level of the Undying Soul Realm. In the Fox clan, other than the Fox Ancestor, who was an Undying Soul Stage expert, there were 3 other Undying Soul Stage experts. Huingbua was one of them. However, the other 2 weren't with the Fox Ancestor today. If Huingbua died in battle, the Fox Ancestor would be finished. As for the destruction of the teleportation array, it was definitely the work of a traitor in the Fox Ancestor. Although the majority of the Fox clan believed in the Fox Ancestor, it was only a belief. Once their loved ones were captured, they would be vulnerable to threats. Only the Fox Ancestor could order them around. At this time, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the 4th round of the chain random mission. Resolve the Fox clan's crisis. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, it seems that I have to hurry. If the Fox clan is destroyed, what will happen to Luoluo? Then, he made a decision. Wei Zhentian, Ribgu, unleash your power. Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor received Yi Xian's voice transmission, and their eyes flickered. Sword Blade Storm, Undying Battle Soul. Wei Zhentian, who had broken through to the Undying Soul stage, was extremely powerful after using these 2 techniques. Undying Battle Soul, increase all attributes by 2 times. In addition to Yi Xian's killing feast, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an Undying Soul Stage expert, let alone fight one-on-one. However, Yi Xian didn't send Wei Zhentian to help Huingbua. Instead, he sent the old tree. As long as he helped Huingbua hold that person back, the remaining enemies wouldn't be a threat. Yi Xian didn't believe that anyone would be able to block the Skyquake sword. When the experts of the five poison divine sect saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. No one who was targeted by the Skyquake sword could survive. Chapter 1581. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of experts had fallen. Even their souls were destroyed. Seeing this, the Fox tribe's morale skyrocketed. Their attacks instantly increased. This time, the five poison divine sect had planned this, but there weren't many who attacked the Fox ancestors' side. Other than a fourth-layer, Undying Soul Realm expert, there were only 10 third-layer, Undying Soul Realm experts and several hundred first- and second-layer, Undying Soul Realm experts. Of course, this wasn't all of the five poison divine sect's forces. Most of them were sent to exterminate the Leopard tribe. The Fox ancestor and Leopard King were missing, but the five poison divine sect knew that they were dead. This was because the five poison divine sect leaders were the ones who killed them. However, the Leopard tribe was stronger than the Fox tribe. Even if the Leopard King was dead, they couldn't be underestimated. This time, the five poison divine sect wanted to interrupt the revival of the Fox ancestor and Leopard King. As long as the Fox ancestor and Leopard King were dead, the 100 Beast territory would lose 3 super experts. As for the remaining 100 tribes, there was nothing to fear because some of their strongest experts were only at the Undying Soul Realm. There weren't even 23rd layer Undying Soul Realm experts. Unfortunately, the five poison divine sect would never have thought that the Fox ancestors' side would have such a troublemaker. After Yi Xian and the rest killed more than 100 enemies, Yi Xian quickly sent Wei Jintian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor to support Huingbua. Not good. The fourth layer, Undying Soul Realm expert from the Sky Spider sect paled. Huingbua and the Old Tree were enough to make him suffer. If the Blood Swords and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked again, he would be in danger. Go! The Sky Spider sect expert's expression changed. After shouting, he immediately turned around and left. They had been hiding in the 100 Beast territory for many years. Today was the first time they were exposed. Even if they couldn't defeat the Fox tribe in one fell swoop, they should have suffered heavy losses. Who would have thought that they would fail? However, the most important part was yet to come. This time, not only would they fail to attack the Fox tribe, they would also lose experts. Out of space, Yi Xian looked at the fourth layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder who was preparing to retreat. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the Blood Swords quickly passed through the spatial gate and intercepted the other party. Damn it! The Celestial Spider sect elder's face had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. According to the information he had received, the Fox clan only had one Huingbua. How could there suddenly be so many super strong fighters? If the information was wrong, they would have to pay the price in blood. His first reaction was that the mole he had planted in the Fox clan had given him false information. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. He had to survive today first. Although he had also condensed a soul seed, it would take at least 1,000 years for his soul seed to be resurrected. Who knew what would happen 1,000 years later? Very quickly, under the besiegement of the crowd, this fourth-degree Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder fell. Not only that, even the wandering souls that were trying to escape were caught and killed in one strike. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded. Wei Jintian was the one who had dealt the fatal blow to the Celestial Spider sect's elder, so it was only natural for him to have a killing intent value. When the Celestial Spider sect elder's interspatial ring was taken away by Yi Xian, Huingbua finally reacted. This battle was simply beyond his expectations. He originally thought that it would be a difficult battle, at least to the point where both sides would suffer. He didn't expect to win so easily. Not only that, the other side even lost a fourth-degree Undying Soul Realm expert. This was a huge gain. Huingbua swallowed his saliva, and his gaze fell on Yi Xian. If it wasn't for Yi Xian, the Fox clan would be in danger. It had to be said that they were very lucky this time. Yi Xian happened to come to the Fox clan today, and coincidentally, the five poison divine sect attacked the Fox clan today. It was because of this that the Fox clan was spared. After the death of the strongest enemy, Wei Jingtian's storm of swords was about to end, and he reverted back to his heavenly dragon form. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's undying soul realm was the same. Both of their battle strength instantly decreased. Little brother. Before Huangbo could call out to Yi Xian swiftly swept out and chased after the fleeing experts of the Five Poison Divine Sect. What a joke! This was a crucial moment. Killing one more meant earning one more. How could Yi Xian waste this opportunity? Originally, the Five Poison Divine Sect wanted to kill their way in and spread the soul poison during the group battle. Then, they would defeat the Fox Clan. But they didn't expect that after they attacked, they would be defeated directly. Even the leading expert was killed. This was beyond their plan. On the contrary, when the experts of the Fox Clan saw them escaping, they quickly chased after them in groups of 2 or 3. Huangbo looked at Yi Xian's departing figure and felt that this wasn't the time to talk. They had to kill the enemy first before anything else. The Fox Clan's experts moved out in full force and annihilated the Five Poison Divine Cult. Although the Five Poison Divine Cult experts that were sent to attack the Fox Clan had all undergone training and were almost immune to charm, the Fox Clan had many branch bloodlines under them, and their moves were endless. In a situation where they were outnumbered, the Five Poison Divine Cult had no chance of winning. Therefore, after a few minutes, none of the people who came to attack the Fox Clan survived. This battle was a great victory, and the one who caused this result was naturally Yi Xian and the others. If they hadn't killed over 100 experts of the Five Poison Divine Sect in an instant at the beginning, and even killed the leading expert of the 4th degree Undying Soul Realm, they wouldn't have won so easily. Ding! Chain random mission 4th round completed. After this battle, Yi Xian's experience points increased by a lot. He was almost at the middle of the 8th degree Undying Soul Realm. At this time, they had already returned to the Fox Clan. Huangbo led the experts of the Fox Clan and looked at Yi Xian's return. Today, many thanks to little brother for your help. Huangbo cupped his fist with a solemn expression. No problem, it's just a small matter. Yi Xian waved his hand. Although he said so, he revealed an "I'm the most awesome" expression. Without waiting for Huangbo to speak, he continued, "Just now, I heard the enemy say that the Fox ancestor is resurrecting." This, Huangbo looked a little embarrassed. Although Yi Xian saved the Fox Clan, but the matter of his wife was a secret. But today, if it wasn't for Yi Xian, the Fox Clan would be in danger of annihilation. So after thinking for a while, he replied, "She has indeed fallen, but the place where her soul is resurrecting is not in the Fox Clan, but in the city of 100 Beasts. I think the Five Poison Divine Sect should have guessed it." The city of 100 Beasts was the center of the 100 Beast territory. It was built by hundreds of beast bloodlines. Under normal circumstances, the 5 city lords were overseeing the city of 100 Beasts. There were many experts there, and it was the safest place in the 100 Beast territory, just like the Five Poison Divine Sect in the Five Poison Realm. Chapter 1582. When will she be revived? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure. Huangbo shook his head. Even he didn't know. All right, I'll bring my friend over first. You guys go about your business. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly rode on Wei Jingtian's body and rose into the sky. There was definitely a mole in the Fox tribe's attack. Huangbo had to find the mole and then repair the teleportation formation. Yi Xian didn't know how long it would take, but he would be able to summon Luo in half a day. Half a day passed quickly. Yi Xian's second doppelganger rushed to the land of reincarnation and sent Luo to the planting space. Then, he summoned her from the 100 Beast region. When Luo summoned them, the blood of the Fox Clan members below began to boil. What's going on? Why is my blood like this? I don't even feel fear when facing an undying stage 3 expert. Now, I'm trembling in fear. The sky. The bloodline suppression is coming from the sky. Luo's appearance stirred the Fox tribe members' blood. After all, the heaven-loathing fox was one of the noblest bloodlines in the Fox tribe. At the same time, Huangbo also sensed it and came to the Fox tribe square. Coincidentally, Yi Xian rode on Wei Jingtian and slowly descended. Senior, she's here, Yi Xian said to Huangbo. Huangbo had a bottle of Luo's blood in his hand. He was sure that this little girl had the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. I didn't expect her to have the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Huangbo couldn't believe it and blurted it out. Yixian rolled his eyes. Did I lie to you? The Fox tribe members also heard about this matter. When they sensed Luoluo's strength, they couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Most of them were sighing. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline had to undergo a tribulation at the age of 18. If they couldn't withstand it, their soul would dissipate. In other words, Luoluo wasn't over 18 years old. Her current realm was the Undying Stage 3 physical body realm. An Undying Stage expert under 18 and born in a remote area. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was indeed heaven-defying. One had to know that the most talented genius in the Fox tribe would be over 300 years old when they break through to the Undying Stage 3 physical body realm. Furthermore, he had grown up in the Fox clan. He was nurtured by experts and had countless treasures. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi was 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more abundant than anywhere else. Unfortunately, when Luoluo was 18 years old for the first time, she was only at the Nirvana stage. At that time, the heavenly tribulation had severely injured Xianxia, who was at the peak of the 9th level samsara stage. When Luoluo saw Huangbo, she immediately greeted him respectfully. Okay. In this half a day, the Fox tribe had found the traitor. No, it should be said that the traitor had jumped out himself. He was an Undying Stage 3 soul realm expert in the Fox tribe. He was also the one who destroyed the 2 transportation arrays before the 5 poison sect attacked. As for how the 5 poison sect forced him to betray them, it was simple. They used his family to threaten him. In fact, a few Fox tribe experts had been captured before him. However, they refused to betray them and were killed. Although they could be resurrected with a soul seed, they couldn't communicate with living people in their soul state. They could only be resurrected in the Fox tribe. Therefore, the Fox tribe didn't know about this. Coincidentally, this traitor had compromised. However, he didn't expect that Yixian would suddenly appear out of nowhere. After a while, Huangbo brought Yixian and Luoluo to a secret room. I've only heard of the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. I don't know how to do it, so I'll have to take a look first. Huangbo said to Yixian with a serious expression. At this moment, he was very excited. As long as he found a way to avoid the heavenly tribulation, Luoluo would be awesome. As long as Luoluo was given time, breaking through to the heaven ascension realm wouldn't be a problem. When that time came, would he be afraid of not being able to lead the Fox tribe? In the following time, Yixian stayed by Luoluo's side. Huangbo looked and saw that 3 days had passed. Yixian waited until the flowers withered. Senior, it's been 3 days. Do you have a clue? Yixian couldn't help but ask. I have the blazing royal fox bloodline of the Fox tribe. My nobility is 2 levels lower than the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Although my realm is higher, my bloodline will be suppressed as soon as I get close to Luoluo. I think I still need some time. Huangbo said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Yixian could only show a helpless expression. Luoluo only had half a year left. If Huangbo couldn't find a way, then Luoluo could only reincarnate. Young master, don't worry. It's okay to reincarnate again. When the time comes, you just need to find me and help me activate my inherited memories. Luoluo giggled. Didn't your mother say that once I help you activate your inherited memories, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in your body will be fully activated? Yixian raised his eyebrows. After his reminder, Luoluo also recalled that there was such a thing. If she couldn't find a way this time, then she would have to reincarnate again. At that time, she wouldn't be able to activate her inherited memories. She would have to slowly do it herself. That way, she wouldn't know Yixian. How could that do? Who knew when she would activate her inherited memories? However, just as Huangbo was looking for a way to solve the problem, someone suddenly found the secret room. Master, the teleportation array has been repaired. There's important news. This voice belonged to Hu's song from that day. Hearing this, Huangbo couldn't help but stop and open the door to the secret room. Outside the door, Song had a serious expression. Seeing him like this, Huingbua knew that it was not a small matter. He hurriedly asked, "What news?" Song directly took out a floating image crystal from his interspatial ring and handed it to Huingbua. Then he said, "There's news from the city of 100 Beasts. Some strange heaven-reaching beasts have appeared at the border between our 100 Beast region and the 5 Poison territory. These heaven-reaching beasts will constantly emit soul poison. Ordinary people can't get close." As soon as he finished speaking, an image appeared on the floating image crystal. Within the image was a strange heaven-reaching beast. This heaven-reaching beast was actually a combination of a scorpion, a snake, a spider, a toad, and a centipede. It had the tail of a scorpion, the body of a snake, the legs of a centipede and a toad, and the giant pincers of a scorpion. It could even spit spider silk. Chapter 1583. Such disgusting things. Luo couldn't help but complain. However, although they were ugly, these strange beasts were not weak. Each one of them was equivalent to a 4th-layer, undying soul realm cultivator. This was not the main point. The main point was that they would continuously spew out soul poison. If they were to wander around in the poison fog, even the Cat Ancestor, Bear King, and Ox King would not be able to do anything to them. This should be the 5 Poison Divine cult's trump card. During this period of time, the 5 Poison Divine cult has captured so many sacrifices. It should be to cultivate this thing. After Huingbua finished speaking, he turned his head and asked, "This damn thing, how many are there?" Currently, only 5 have been discovered. However, the soul poison fog they spew out has no effect on the 5 Poison sect. They're now constantly invading our territory. If we do not have a countermeasure, the 100 Beast territory will be finished. Song said with a face of horror. 4th-layer, undying soul realm cultivators that could continuously spew out soul poison fog and were followed by the 5 Poison sect's experts. How could they fight? Without waiting for Huingbua to speak, Song continued. Therefore, the City of Beasts sent a message for the Patriarch to immediately go to the City of Beasts and participate in the 100-tribe conference. Huingbua was silent. He had found a way to make the Fox clan more than 100 times stronger, which was Luo's heaven-loathing Fox bloodline. However, there was no time for him now. Damned 5 Poison sect. Huingbua gritted his teeth in anger and could not help but curse. Also, Patriarch, this time the 5 Poison sect came prepared. The Leopard clan's teleportation formation has not been repaired, and there is still no news. Therefore, it is possible that they have already been destroyed. Song added. What? After hearing this news, Huingbua almost tore down the secret room. The Wild Leopard clan was much stronger than the Fox clan. Could it be that they were destroyed by the 5 Poison sect's infiltrators? This was truly unimaginable. Huingbua sorted out his emotions and turned to ask, "Little brother, I'm afraid the heaven-loathing Fox bloodline matter will have to be put aside for now." Xianxia nodded. He also knew the importance of this matter. If they did not deal with the 5 Poison sect first, the Fox clan would have to migrate out of the 100 Beast territory. "I will go with you," Xianxia said. "Okay." Huingbua nodded and left with Xianxia. As for Luo, she was sent into the planting space by Xianxia. The teleportation array had been repaired. Xianxia followed Huingbua and teleported back to the city of 100 Beasts. Then, they arrived at the 100 Beast Hall. At this moment, there were already hundreds of people gathered in the 100 Beast Palace. These people were all from the Beast Clan, and there were hundreds of branches. In the depths of the 100 Beast Palace, there were several figures with powerful auras. One of them was the Cat Ancestor, who had met Xianxia once before. The other 2 were the Bear King and the Ox Emperor. These 3 were the only remaining 5th-degree, undying soul cultivators in the 100 Beast realm. "Huingbua, how are your Fox clan's losses?" The Cat Ancestor asked as soon as Huingbua entered the 100 Beast Hall. "We didn't lose much. This time, it's all thanks to this little brother. Otherwise, my Fox clan would have fought with the enemy until both sides suffered heavy losses," Huingbua said truthfully. The Cat Ancestor was shocked. She had already recognized Xianxia. Although Xianxia was 1 realm higher than before, he was only a 4th-degree, undying soul cultivator. What she couldn't understand was why Xianxia was related to the survival of the Fox clan. That's right, this little brother and his companion's strength is not to be underestimated. The few of them joined hands and killed over 100 enemies. Together with me, they even killed a Sky Spider Sect's 4th degree Undying Soul Realm Elder. Huingbua truthfully recounted the situation that day. After listening to the story, the surrounding patriarchs were in disbelief. It was a miracle that just 3 people could turn the situation around. If it was an ordinary person, no one would believe it. However, Huingbua was a senior to everyone present. His words were still credible. The cat ancestor's eyes flashed with a strange light. She didn't expect that she would be so blind and misjudge. Let's not talk about this for now. The cat ancestor returned to her senses and took out a floating image crystal from her universe ring. She then used her manifestation force to enlarge it. Inside this floating image crystal was the strange sky connecting beast that the 5 Poison Divine sect had created. It was currently spreading soul poison, and the 5 Poison Divine sect was taking advantage of this to invade the 100 Beast region. Cat Ancestor looked around and said, "I believe everyone has seen it. According to the speed at which this damn thing spreads the poison of the soul, in less than a month, the 5 Poison sect will directly kill their way to our city of 100 beasts. What do you think?" Hearing this, a Lion Clan expert took a step forward and asked, "City Lord, how is the power of this soul poison?" This sky-connecting beast is comparable to a 4th degree Undying Soul Cultivator. The soul poison it emits is enough to kill a 3rd degree Undying Soul Cultivator. My cat clan has already lost 3 people to this poison. The cat ancestor replied, "A 3rd degree Undying Soul Cultivator's soul poison was enough to kill most of the people present. After all, among the beasts gathered here, there were only a dozen or so who could speak. Those who couldn't speak were mostly 2nd degree and 1st degree Undying Soul Cultivators. They probably couldn't do anything and were only here to listen. In my Ox Devil race, there's a branch called the Steelcliff Ox Bloodline. They can use the armor on their bodies to envelop themselves completely. I wonder if they would be able to block the soul poison." The Ox Emperor suddenly spoke. "No, this poison not only obliterates the soul, it also has a strong corrosive ability. If an ordinary 3rd degree Undying Soul Cultivator were to barge in, his body would be turned into mud before his soul is obliterated." The cat ancestor shook her head. These 5 poison beasts were discovered by her people, so she naturally knew the best. Then what should we do? Is it possible that we can only force our way in and sacrifice our soldiers to perish together with the 5 poison beasts? A Tiger Clan expert said. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately shook their heads. This method probably wouldn't work. There were 5 poison beasts and a large number of 5 Poison Divine sect experts protecting them. Adding this poisonous fog, the 5 Poison Divine sect was close to invincible. Of course, if the cat ancestor and the other 2 joined forces to attack one, it might work. If the 3 of us join forces, we could defeat these 5 poison beasts one by one. But the city of 100 beasts can't be left unguarded. The 5 Poison Divine sect should have deduced that the Fox clan and Leopard Emperor will be resurrected soon, so they took action immediately. If they take advantage of this situation, then we'll be in trouble. The Silent Bear King finally spoke. Didn't the city lord collect some poisonous fog back? I wonder if he can concoct the antidote for this poisonous fog within a month? When this was said, someone immediately responded, "Yes, among our 100 clans, there are quite a number of alchemy grandmasters. As long as the antidote is concocted, we can fight." Chapter 1584. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. My guess is that the 5 poisons beasts were bred from dozens of highly toxic bloodlines under the 5 poison sect, including the bloodlines of the sect's 5 sect masters. You won't be able to create an antidote for such a poison even after 1,000 years. The cat ancestor sighed. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of people in the 100 Beast Hall revealed a look of despair. Was the 100 Beast realm going to fall this time? They had hundreds of beastmen's bloodlines. However, the 5 Poison Divine sect only had 5 beastly bloodlines. It was a pity that among these 100 or so beasts, over 100 of them were completely useless. There were only a dozen or so of them that were truly capable. Now that the Fox Ancestor and the Leopard King had fallen and had yet to be resurrected, this crisis could have been averted. It seemed that the 100 Beast Realms tribes would have to migrate and wait until the Fox Ancestor and the Leopard King were resurrected before coming back for revenge. A mixture of dozens of poisons couldn't be cured by just anyone, but there was one person present who could. Just as the hundreds of people in the 100 Beast Hall were feeling helpless and hopeless, a young man suddenly walked out and said, "City Lord, can I have a look at the poison mist you collected?" When the voice reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but look up at the human youth in the center of the 100 Beast Hall. This person was naturally Xianxia. "Little brother, do you have a solution?" Huing's eyes lit up. "I do, but let's see if it works." Xianxia nodded slightly. As soon as he said this, a wave of skepticism rose in the 100 Beast Hall. Even the Cat Ancestor couldn't do anything about the poison mist. Xianxia was only at the Undying Realm Stage 8. What kind of joke was this? However, they suddenly remembered that Xianxia had played a key role in the Fox Ancestor's crisis. They couldn't help but waver. Could it be that he really had a solution? "What are you going to do?" the Cat Ancestor asked in shock. He took out a jade bottle from his interspatial ring. Inside was the poison mist that the Cat Ancestor had risked his life to retrieve from the front lines. "Unfortunately, my bloodline is very resistant to poison. As long as it doesn't kill me, this poison won't work on me in the future," Xianxia said. "There's such a miraculous bloodline. No one dared to believe it." The Cat Ancestor did the same, but she still tossed the jade bottle to Xianxia. There was only a small amount of poisonous fog in this jade bottle. Many people present could collect it, so the surrounding people were not afraid. "Little brother, your courage is praiseworthy, but there's a high possibility that you will instantly die. Do you have imperishable blood essence?" Huing subconsciously said, "No, I don't, and I don't have imperishable blood essence." Xianxia shook his head. In the next moment, the old tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor appeared beside him. "Io, young master, are you using me to test the poison?" When the old tree saw Xianxia suddenly summon him, he immediately understood Xianxia's intentions. He was able to communicate with Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Xianxia from a distance, so he was naturally aware of the current situation. Xianxia grinned and tossed the jade bottle to the old tree. "Forget it. I'll only die once anyway." The old tree laughed self-deprecatingly and opened the jade bottle without saying anything, then quickly stuck his finger in. In an instant, the old tree's arm withered and turned into ashes. At the same time, the poisonous fog merged with the blood and quickly climbed up the old tree's brain. "Ding! The spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived." 3 consecutive system notifications rang out. The old tree, who had turned into ashes, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "What's going on?" The person who suddenly appeared and died after being poisoned. Why did he appear again? Everyone couldn't understand what method Xianxia had used to make 2 people appear out of thin air and then revive one person. Just now, Xianxia had used the old tree as a guinea pig to test the toxicity of the poisonous fog. Everyone present had seen how terrifyingly strong the poison was. The old tree, who was at the Undying Realm, had instantly died. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything just now. Without waiting for the surrounding people to ask, the old tree stuck his finger in again. This time, he died again. "Ding! The spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived." The old tree was revived again and appeared again. However, in this second test, the old tree died slowly compared to the previous one. Of course, no one present noticed this, including Xianxia. However, Xianxia did. When he saw the list of detoxification data, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, the old tree couldn't resist this poisonous fog. However, the old tree also had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body. Every time he tested the poison, he could detoxify some of the weaker poisons. If this poisonous fog was a mixture of 50 different poisons, and the old tree was resistant to one poison at a time, then there were still 49 poisons left. However, the poisons that were detoxified by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline could be mixed with other poisons to produce such strong toxicity. Simply put, if the old tree was allowed to test a few more times, this mixture of poisons would be like a plate of loose sand. When that time came, it would be simple. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived. The old tree was revived twice in front of everyone's eyes. However, for the fourth time, everyone clearly felt that the old tree was dying slowly. The first time was instantaneous, the second time was instantaneous, and the third time was also instantaneous. However, for the fourth time, it was actually half a second slower. Again, the old tree tried again. This time, it was a full 2 seconds slower. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived. For the fifth time, the old tree persisted for nearly 3 seconds before dying. For the sixth time, it was over 10 seconds. It's about time. A few more times, and this poisonous fog will be useless. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The Immortal Phoenix bloodline was an auxiliary bloodline shared with the old tree. Therefore, when the old tree and the others were poisoned, he would also have the poison data and develop resistance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old tree tested the poison for the 7th time. This time, after waiting for half a minute, the old tree did not die. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. A system notification sounded. From now on, Xian was immune to the poison. Strange, he didn't die this time. Where did this old man come from? Didn't they say that the one with the bloodline was that young man? This is too scary. He died 6 times and was revived 6 times. Shouldn't a person only have 1 drop of immortal blood essence? What immortal blood essence? He must have died because his soul was destroyed. However, he was not revived with his soul seed. Chapter 1585. The experts of the 100 tribes discussed in hushed whispers. At this time, Xian suddenly grabbed the jade bottle and stuck his finger into it. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to react. Why would a person commit suicide for no reason? But when they saw that Xian was fine, they were even more shocked. The bald old man with a 1st-degree undying soul realm cultivation was killed in a second, but Xian with an 8th-degree undying soul realm cultivation was not dead. Not only that, Xian even sucked the poison mist into his mouth under their watchful gazes. What the F***CK? Everyone jumped in fright. All right, this poison is useless against me, Xian said calmly. The entire hall was silent. The poison mist that even the cat ancestor did not dare to touch was swallowed by Xian. That bald old man also seemed to be immune. What was going on? Could it be because of his bloodline? You're really not afraid? The cat ancestor asked in disbelief. That's right, it has no effect on me. Not only that, my blood might have some antidote effect. However, I suggest that those with a 3rd-degree undying soul realm cultivation and below avoid it. Xian said slowly. I still have some poison mist here. Who wants to try? The cat ancestor asked. The entire 100 Beast Hall was silent for a few seconds. Finally, Husong stepped out from behind Xian, saying, Castellan, let me try. I happen to have a 3rd-degree undying soul realm cultivation, and I still have a soul seed. With a soul seed, even if an accident happened, it would be fine. He could even use the soul seed to revive. The reason Husong stood up now was to repay Xian for saving the Fox clan that day. Of course, the two were not equal. Xian did not hesitate, filling a blood bottle for Husong. The cat ancestor also threw the poison mist bottle over. Husong held the poison mist bottle in one hand and Xian's blood bottle in the other. After 3 seconds of silence, he drank Xian's blood bottle in one gulp. Then he put his hand into the poisonous gas bottle. Although a third-degree Undying Soul Realm martial artist would be poisoned to death, but this poisonous fog was very little, so they weren't afraid. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. The 100 Beast Hall was silent for a few seconds, but Hu's song did not show any abnormality. It's really effective. It seems that we're saved this time. Huingbu's eyes widened in excitement. There's no rush. Let's see how long my blood immunity lasts, Yixian suddenly reminded. He was immune to the poisonous fog, but Hu's song did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline. Therefore, he estimated that the blood could only protect Hu's song temporarily. Once the effect of the blood was gone, Hu's song would still be poisoned. 5 minutes later, Hu's song raised his eyebrows and quickly extended his hand. Then, he quickly took the health potion from Yixian and drank it in one gulp. 1 blood potion, about 5 minutes. That's enough. Huingbu nodded in satisfaction. Although they were old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and Huingbu had lived for tens of thousands of years, 5 minutes was too long for them in battle. Since that's the case, then I'll mass-produce blood potions. As long as you're not afraid of the poisonous fog, then you can fight against the 5 Poison Sect, Yixian said. Hearing this, hundreds of people smiled. If it was a head-on battle, they were not afraid of the 5 Poison Sect. We can't expose this trump card directly. We have to plan well. Once it's exposed, we have to catch the 5 Poison Sect unprepared and annihilate all 5 poison beasts. Bear King said, That's right. The Ox Emperor nodded and said, Every family, report all the third-degree Undying Soul Realm martial artists. We'll come up with a plan. This time, not only do we have to destroy the 5 poison beasts, we have to kill our way into the 5 poison territory and teach the 5 poison sect a lesson. Immediately, the 100 Beasts Hall started to get busy. As for Yixian, he was busy filling the blood potions. Little brother, you've helped us a lot this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we'd be helpless and could only sit and wait for death. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to tell me. Huingbu walked up and said to Yixian. Yixian naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He directly replied, I can also participate in this battle, but I need a large amount of heavenly treasures. Ores and heavenly beast corpses are also fine. Ores? My Barbarian Bull clan has plenty. Ox Emperor said, My Barbarian Bear clan has a big appetite. There are many heavenly beast corpses. If we can win this battle, it won't be a problem for us to abstain from eating for a year. Bear King added. Thus, Yixian was naturally satisfied. At this time, he was already at the 8th degree Undying Soul Realm. He estimated that this time, he could directly break through to the 9th degree Undying Soul Realm. At that time, not to mention the 5 poison beasts, even the 5 poison sect will be destroyed. In the next few days, Yixian continuously bled, directly filling hundreds of thousands of blood potions. As for his reward, it was delivered on the 4th day. At this time, in a palace of the Fox clan. With so many antidotes, it's enough to drink continuously for a year. Huingbu couldn't help but say, If it's not enough, I can fill more. Yixian said, No need. Every night, many people will die. We've already planned to act tomorrow. Huingbu shook his head and said, handing Yixian a yin and yang ring. Inside was Yixian's reward. If it was all exchanged for heavenly treasures, it would be enough to create several third-degree Undying Soul Realm experts. Yixian took a look at the yin and yang ring, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, then said, What's your plan? Of the 5 poison beasts, for will be dealt with by our fox, bear, ox, and cat clans respectively. The last one will be eliminated by the other clans. Huingbu said, The 5 poison beasts were comparable to 4th degree Undying Soul Realm experts, but there are definitely experts of the 5 poison sect beside them, so it wouldn't be that easy to succeed. In that case, when the time comes, I'll go with your Fox clan. As for Luo, we'll talk about it after dealing with the 5 poison sect. Yixian said. Luo still had half a year's time, and it would only take a few days to deal with the 5 poison beasts, so they could still afford to wait. Then, Huingbu brought Yixian's antidotes back to the city of 100 beasts, then distributed them. This time, there were a total of 70 people going to the front line to fight. These people were gathered by the 100 tribes, at least 3rd-degree Undying Soul Realm experts, and 10 of them were 4th-degree Undying Soul Realm experts. In addition, the 5th-degree Undying Soul Realm expert cat ancestor was among them. As for the Bear King and Ox King, the 2 city lords, they stayed in the City of 100 Beasts because they suspected that there were many people of the 5 Poison sect in the 100 Beasts region. Chapter 1586. During this time, the 100 Beast region had lost a lot of territory. People were dying all the time, and the poisonous fog was expanding all the time. They couldn't delay any longer. Before the operation, everyone from the 100 tribes had moved to the City of Beasts. First, they were afraid that the 5 Poison sect would attack again. Second, they were guarding the City of Beasts. With so many tribes gathered together, even if the 5 Poison sect sent out all of their forces, they couldn't do anything to the City of Beasts. Very soon, a day had passed. This time, the Fox tribe sent out 10 Undying Soul Realm cultivators, as well as Huingbua and the other 3 Undying Soul Realm cultivators. As for Xianxia, he blended in with the Fox tribe's team. This time, we'll be teleported to the place from that day. That used to be our territory, but now it's been invaded by the 5 Poison sect, so we'll be entering the enemy's territory. Be very careful. Before the teleportation, Huingbua said to everyone, the 5 Poison sect wouldn't have thought that they would be teleported directly to a poisonous fog area. Even if the teleportation formation was discovered, it would be fine. However, just in case, the old tree was the first to scout the way. This time, the old tree walked around for a long time. After confirming that there was no ambush, he transmitted back, Young Master, everything is normal. There's no ambush there. Everyone can get ready. Xianxia said to the others. Okay. Huingbua and the others nodded, then took out the antidote blood bottles and drank them. The landing point was full of poisonous fog, so they had to take the antidote blood bottles first. Otherwise, they would be poisoned as soon as they teleported there. Whoosh! The teleportation formation began to operate. A few seconds later, Xianxia and the others were teleported to the 100 Beast region's territory. The landing point was very safe. Because it was underground, the poisonous fog was thinner. Let's go. After landing, Huingbua left without saying anything. The higher they went, the thicker the poisonous fog became. Fortunately, they had taken the antidote blood bottles, or they would all be kneeling on the ground. Soon, they reached the surface. At this moment, this place was filled with poisonous fog. Not even a blade of grass grew, and there was no living thing. There aren't many blood bottles. 2 people in a group. Hurry up. Once you find something, release the signal, Huingbua said to the others. The blood bottles they brought this time were only enough for about half a month. After all, 1 bottle was only enough for 5 minutes. Yes, Husong and the other experts nodded and immediately left in pairs. As for the other 2 high-level members of the Fox clan, because they were also at the 4th layer of the Undying Soul Realm like Huingbua, they moved alone. As for Xianxia, there was naturally no need to worry. He, who had received a large amount of rewards, could already break through to the 9th stage of the Undying Fleshly Body Realm. At this moment, the chain random mission was finally triggered again. Ding! The 5th round of the chain random quest has been triggered. Annihilate the 5 Poison Divine Sect. Annihilation requirement. Kill the 5 Poison Divine Sect's 5 sect leaders. The system prompted. This time, Xianxia was really lucky. Previously, the chain of random quests usually had around 3 points. And this time, he had already reached the 5th ring. It seems that there will be good stuff after completing this chain of random quests. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. What kind of reward would he get this time? Xianxia immersed himself in the devouring space after the chain random mission notification ended. He had received quite a lot of rewards previously, so it was time for him to devour them. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now at the 9th stage of the Undying Fleshly Body Realm. Ding! The Huijin spirit has broken through. The host is now at the 2nd stage of the Undying Fleshly Body Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now at the 2nd stage of the Undying fleshly body realm. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. The host is now at the second stage of the undying fleshly body realm. The four of them broke through instantly, and their strength skyrocketed several times. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Xianxia could each take on a 5-poison beast alone. If they joined forces, not to mention the 5-poison beast, even the 5 sect leaders of the 5-poison divine sect would not be able to stop them. Not only that, but they could also use trump cards such as Bladestorm, Unicorn's Descent, Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. The plan of the City of Beasts was to deal with the 5-poison beasts first, but Yi Xian's plan was to uproot the 5-poison divine sect. Let's go. Under Yi Xian's order, Old Tree and the others dispersed directly. Under normal circumstances, the 5-poison beasts were at the edge of the poisonous fog, so they had to move in the direction of the City of Beasts. Although Yi Xian was only at the 9th Heaven Undying Physique realm, his detection ability was not inferior to Huangbo and the others. No, his detection ability was stronger than Huangbo's. Sky-traversing Eye of All Things. Yi Xian directly condensed an Eye of All Things, but this Eye of All Things was not discovered because it was still in the poisonous fog. As long as he could find the edge, he would be able to find the experts of the 5-poison divine sect along the edge. Yi Xian used the Eye of All Things to investigate as he hurried along. When he used the sky-traversing Eye of All Things for the 3rd time, he found the experts of the 5-poison divine sect. This place was about half a day's distance from him. It turned out that the teleportation array's landing point was near the edge of the poisonous fog, which saved him a lot of trouble. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. The expert of the 5-poison divine sect who had been discovered by Yi Xian also noticed the Eye of All Things and immediately snorted. Using the Eye of All Things again? How many times has it been? It's useless even if I descend. What's the use of just one Eye of All Things? This expert of the 5-poison divine sect was at the 3rd Heaven Undying Physique realm, so he directly defeated Yi Xian's Eye of All Things. What made Yi Xian helpless was that his Eye of Space was very close to him because he had just obtained it. Unless he had something like a sky-traversing token, he could not break through the void and arrive directly. However, his sky-traversing Eye was already farther than the space fox Zhuang Fei of the 100 Fox Manor. After all, the difference in cultivation level was obvious. Although Zhuang Fei had lived for 10,000 years, he was only at the 9th Heaven Undying Physique realm, while Yi Xian was at the 9th Heaven Undying Physique realm. Yi Xian rushed at full speed and caught up with the expert of the 5-poison divine sect after half a day. He could deal with this level of person by himself. There was no need to summon the Old Tree. Although the poisonous fog affected his vision and prevented him from expanding his spiritual sense, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, immediately captured his opponent's figure. Killing Intent Explosion. Void Flame Sword Wave. When Yi Xian approached, he directly attacked. At the same time, this move was combined with the Eye of Space. Whoosh! Bang! The expert of the 5-poison divine sect, who was at the 3rd Heaven Undying Physique realm, only heard 2 sounds before his head exploded. One of the sounds was the sound of his head exploding. Ding! The host killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a lot. Chapter 1587. In truth, Yi Xian had an idea in mind. He wanted to reach the upper limit of killing intent again in the undead physique stage. However, he had already done so many times. This time, it would be more difficult. After all, there weren't that many undead soul stage experts for him to kill. Therefore, it would depend on the situation. If he could complete it, it would be best. That way, he would have 7 Devour points. After completing the first kill, Yi Xian turned his head to look again. Since there were people here, there should be others nearby. The most important thing now was to find the 5 poisons beast. However, before he could take more than a few steps, another system notification sounded. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. It turned out that Old Tree had also discovered the enemy and was killed by a sneak attack. The 5 poison sects experts would never have thought that the 100 Beasts Realms experts would come out of the poison fog. Young Master, I don't have a way to deal with souls. Old Tree transmitted his voice. I'll be right there. Yixian responded. He used the void locator to break through the void and arrived next to Old Tree. Then, he used the void flame sword ripple to deal with the escaping soul. He put away the Yin and Yang ring and returned to his post. However, the 5-poison sex expert that Old Tree ambushed was only at the Undead Soul Stage 2. The 100 Beasts realm sent experts who were at least at the Undead Soul Stage 3, then the Undead Soul Stage 4. Even the Cat Ancestor was sent. However, the 5-poison sect had a special way to be immune to the poison fog. They even sent Undead Soul Stage 1 and Undead Soul Stage experts. After all, in the poison fog, they could fight against experts of the 100 Beasts realm. Unfortunately, their plan was going to fail this time. Very quickly, news came from the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian, and then Yixian flew over to harvest the soul. Then, Yixian used the Eye of Myriad to investigate. After about an hour, he finally found a figure that stood out from the rest. Found it, the 5-poisons beast. Yixian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed in that direction. This 5-poison beast had several experts of the 5-poison divine cult guarding it. Among them, there was also an undying 4th-layer expert. Wanting to get rid of it was not that easy. However, with the current strength of Yixian and the others, killing all of these people would not be a problem. In less than half an hour, Yixian caught sight of the 5-poison beast with his own eyes. At the same time, he sized up the people guarding the 5-poison beast. Other than the 5-poison beast, there was also a 4th-level Undying Soul Realm expert and 5 3rd-level Undying Soul Realm experts. This was not weak, but it was nothing to Yixian. Yixian immediately tore through the void and pulled Old Tree and the other 2 over. Go, leave no one alive, Yixian said to the 3 of them. As for him, he did not participate in the battle. Instead, he watched from the outside. Old Tree and the other 2 were all 2nd-level Undying Soul Realm experts. Their auras were covered by the poisonous fog, but once they got close, they were still detected by the enemy. It's only 2 2nd-level Undying Soul Realm experts. How did they enter the poisonous fog? There are actually people other than us who can move around in the poisonous fog. This is really strange. I'll go and catch them. One of the 5-poison divine cult experts growled and immediately turned around to charge. Unfortunately, this person ran into the mouth of the enemy. In just a single exchange, he was instantly killed by Old Shu. Then, Yixian, who was in the distance, sent a few void flame sword ripples over, obliterating his soul. Go! The 4th-level Undying Soul Realm expert saw this, and his expression changed greatly. He immediately roared. The other 4 paused for a moment, then all rushed toward Old Tree and the other 2. To be able to survive in the poisonous fog and to be able to kill opponents above their level, they must be from the 100 Beasts realm. Although they did not know how they could survive in the poisonous fog, they would know as long as they caught them and interrogated them. However, the 4 3rd-level Undying Soul Realm experts could not stop Old Tree and the other 2. Just as they came into contact, another one was killed. This time, the 4th-level Undying Soul Realm expert could not sit still and decided to personally take action. But at this time, Xiao, 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 a series of sounds broke through the air. The expert's figure paused, then he quickly dodged the invisible sword chi. He turned around and saw a young man rushing toward him. What was unbelievable was that this young man was only at the 9th level of the Undying Soul Realm. What was wrong with this world? It was fine that a 9th level Undying Soul Realm brat could survive in the poisonous fog, but he actually dared to intercept a 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert. This was 4 levels above him. Your opponent is me, Yixian said slowly. You overestimate yourself. The 4th-level Undying Soul Realm expert let out a low shout and directly charged towards Yixian. He was concerned about how someone could survive in the poisonous fog. Coincidentally, there was one in front of him who had no faith. As long as he caught him and forced him to become a believer, then he would know the secret of immunity to the poisonous fog. It was a pity that Yixian was not to be trifled with. Although challenging 4 levels above him was a bit difficult, His mission was only to delay this person for 1 or 2 seconds. It was not too difficult. Originally, the 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert thought that he could capture Yi Xian in an instant, but then he realized that he was naive. Was Yi Xian really only at the 9th level of the Undying Soul Realm? Even if he had the Eye of Space, under the circumstances of 4 levels difference, he should be killed instantly. Very quickly, 2 seconds passed, and the 3 Undying 3rd layer 5 Poison Divine sect experts in the distance were all killed. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed and opened a void door in front of him. Xiao! 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 Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out of the void door and fought with the 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert. Damn it! The expert of the 5 Poison Divine sect cursed and glanced into the distance. In the distance was the 5 Poison Beast, but at this time it was not moving at all, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Following the expert's gaze, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, and in the next moment, his heart trembled violently. This 5 Poisons Beast was not sleeping in, but ovulating. Damn, if the 5 Poison Beast reproduces, what will happen? Yi Xian was shocked. With the Eye of Revelation, he saw that there were already several white eggs under the 5 Poison Beast's big butt. In the eggs was a small 5 Poison Beast. What a coincidence. While you're down, I'll take your life. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly turned around and rushed toward the 5 Poison Beast. Not good. The 5 Poison sect expert's expression changed greatly. Just as he wanted to chase, he was stopped by Old Tree and the other 2. Chapter 1588. Fortunately, this expert from the 5 Poison sect was not an ordinary 4th grade Undying Soul Realm expert. He had already reached the peak. Otherwise, he would have perished. However, even so, he could not hold on for long. Very quickly, Yi Xian approached the 5 Poison Beast and attacked without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of void flame, sword waves swept towards the insect eggs. However, the 5 Poison Beast would not watch its children die before they were born. The snake turned around and used its pincers to block Yi Xian's attack. The 5 Poison Beast was a hybrid of scorpion, snake, centipede, toad, and spider. It was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had another trick up his sleeve. The pincers are quite tough, but can you block this move? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he activated the Eye of Space. Swish! A crisp sound rang out as a spatial crack tore open in the area of the insect eggs. In an instant, the insect eggs that were over 10 meters tall were cut in half. The upper half fell into the spatial crack and disappeared. Hiss! When the 5 Poison Beasts saw that its children had all died before they were born, it roared angrily at the sky. Unfortunately, it did not know what the Eye of Space was and did not know how to dodge. Watch how I dismember you. Yi Xian's eyes widened as cold light flashed continuously as he activated the Eye of Space. Swish! 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 Crisp sounds rang out as the 5 Poison Beast was dismembered, but was not dead yet. Due to the difference in realm, Yi Xian could not see through the 5 Poison Beast. However, he knew that there should be a weak point in the 5 Poison Beast body. Found it. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation and finally found the weak point of the 5 Poison Beast. It was a purplish-black 5 Poison Pearl. As soon as this 5 Poison Pearl appeared, it was directly shattered into 2 halves by a space crack, and the other half was also missing. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, proving that the 5 Poison Beast was dead. There is still a difference between indestructible heaven-reaching beasts and humans. Heaven-reaching beasts with indestructible heaven-reaching beasts with indestructible bodies. If he didn't die, he could use the undying blood essence to restore his physical body. Once he died, his soul would immediately dissipate. Even if it was an undying soul realm heavenly beast, its soul would be destroyed upon death. Hence, Yi Xian did not need to do anything. Instead, the Elegy of Souls boosted his strength. When a remaining expert of the 5 Poison Divine sect saw the 5 Poison Beast fall, his eyes almost popped out. Each of the 5 poisoned beasts was cultivated using millions of offerings and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How could they die just like that? He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Instead, he himself was going to die. Who are you? This 4th-degree undying soul realm expert of the 5 poison divine sect could not figure out where Yi Xian and the others had come from. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not prepared to answer this question. 3 seconds later, his head was chopped off by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, then exploded by the old tree. Finally, his soul was obliterated by Yi Xian. Of the 5 poison beasts, only 4 were left. This 5 poison beast can lay eggs. The smaller ones must be able to spread the poison mist as well. But this time, even the cat ancestor has been mobilized. The other 5 poison beasts should not be a problem. Yi Xian thought to himself. He tore through the air and returned to the transportation array from that day. His plan was to first kill a 5 poison beast, then enter the 5 poison territory. This time, his target was the Sky Spider Sect. The 100 Beast region was responsible for blocking the 5 poison beasts and preventing the poison mist from spreading. As for Yi Xian, he was to enter the enemy's territory and prepare to uproot them. Soon, he was back in the 5 poison territory. Last time, he had been chased out of the 5 poison territory. This time, he was here for revenge. There were only 5 sects in the 5 poison territory. They were the Golden Toad Sect, the Sky Spider Sect, the 1,000 Feet Sect, the Cthulhuism Society, the Snake Shadow Palace, and some other families. However, these 5 sects had many branches. There was a branch of the Cthulhuism Society at the edge of the 5 poison territory. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. Along the way, he encountered many experts who wanted to enter the 100 Beast region. However, without exception, they were all killed by him. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Cthulhuism Society branch. Don't leave a single one. Kill. Yi Xian summoned the 3 old tree members who were in a hurry. The leader of this Cthulhuism Society branch was only at the Undying Soul Second Realm. He could not even block one punch from the old tree. Naturally, he would have to bear the brunt of the destruction of his sect. Yi Xian was currently at the Undying Soul Ninth Realm. He wanted to reach the upper limit of his killing intent value once in this realm. After exchanging Devourer points several times, it was not so easy to reach the upper limit of his killing intent value. It was impossible to reach it without killing. Immediately, this Cthulhuism Society branch set off a reign of terror. In less than a minute, the 10,000 people in the branch were all dead. Not only did Yi Xian obtain a large amount of killing intent value, he also received a lot of Elegy of Souls buffs. The last time he used Death's Gaze twice in a row, the Elegy of Souls buff was directly reduced to 40%. However, now, he could probably quickly make up for it. After destroying this Cthulhuism Society branch, Yi Xian quickly left. They split into 3 groups and found another branch in less than half a day. This time, it was the Golden Toad Sect branch. This Golden Toad Sect branch was similar to the previous Cthulhuism Society branch. In less than a minute, it was destroyed by Yi Xian, although there were only 4 of them, and one of them was a piercing heaven weapon. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's technique was really too powerful. Now that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was at the Undying Soul Second Realm, those who died would be revived by his will of death. If he killed one, there would be one less enemy and one more person on his side. This ability was really too terrifying. Then, Yi Xian quickly left again. This time, he wanted to roam the entire 5 poison realm and destroy all the branches. Finally, he would uproot the 5 poison sect to prevent future troubles. The experts of the 100 Beast region all had half a month's worth of antidotes in their yin and yang rings. However, as long as the 5 poison beast was killed, the poison fog would be dispersed by them, so Yi Xian was not worried. At this time, he had already arrived in front of a teleportation formation. In just 2 days, Yi Xian had consecutively destroyed 5 branches of the 5 poison sect. It was simply too fast. The nearby branches were all destroyed, so he had to teleport away and find his next target. However, just as he was about to enter the teleportation palace, whoosh, the teleportation formation suddenly activated. This time, someone was teleporting over. Seeing this, Yi Xian and the others immediately became alert. 99% of the people teleporting over were from the Five Poison sect. After a few seconds, the teleportation formation stopped. Chapter 1589. F***CK, Five Poison Beast. Yi Xian was shocked. This time, there were actually 5 poison beasts, and 3 of them in a row. In addition, there were many experts of the Five Poison sect beside the 5 poison beasts. There were 3 Undying Soul Realm experts, more than 10 Undying Soul Realm experts, and hundreds of Undying Soul Realm experts. Even if the cat ancestor was here, he would have to be careful. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. 3 5 poison beasts, 3 Undying Soul Realm experts. This was a large amount of killing intent and enhancement for him. Ghost Dome Great Emperor Undying Soul Realm. Might shocks the heavens, Sword Storm. Killing Feast. Yi Xian's reaction was extremely fast. As soon as he landed, his brain spun and he made a decision. Kill. Before the people in the transfer palace could react, the blood swords swept in. What? The 3 leading experts were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would ambush them at the transfer palace. What was going on? Almost instantly, there were only a few living people left in the transfer palace. Other than the 3 Undying Soul Realm experts and the 5 poison beasts, there were only a few Undying Soul Realm experts left. As for the others, their heads were all pierced by the first wave of blood swords. Hundreds of wandering souls were piled up in the transfer palace. After the Undying Soul Realm and Killing Feast enhancement, the Sword Storm was extremely powerful. After 2 rounds, only the 3 5 poison beasts were left. This time, even the 3 Undying Soul Realm experts were dead. If it weren't for the strong defense of the 3 5 poison beasts, they would have died in this wave. However, they definitely couldn't survive the 3rd round. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the blood swords swept through, the 3 5 poison beasts fell directly. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed into the transfer palace and used the Eye of Revelation to capture the wandering souls. Then, his doppelganger continuously used the Void Flame Sword Wave to attack. This time, he made a lot of money. Soon, the wandering souls in the transfer palace were all cleaned up and turned into the Elegy of Souls Enhancement. At this time, the Elegy of Souls Enhancement had increased to 49%, almost 50%. This time, the 5 poison sect's vitality will be greatly damaged. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He glanced at the attribute panel and discovered that his killing intent had already reached 4/5. Killing people could get killing intent points, but don't forget, this was not the only way to get killing intent points. Devouring weapons that had been killed could also be done. Sometimes, killing slaughter weapons killing intent, killing beasts killing intent, or killing soul realm experts. Teleport. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Then he had Old Shu teleport first. After confirming the surroundings, he followed. Originally, Yi Xian thought that the 5 Poison Divine sect had only nurtured 5 poison beasts, but he didn't expect another 3 to appear. In this way, the 5 poison sect might not have as many experts as Xianxia, but for Yi Xian, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But before going to the 5 poison sect, Yi Xian had to increase his killing intent to the upper limit first. In the next 3 days, he did as he pleased in the 5 poison territory, destroying nearly 10 sections. The 5 poison sect suffered heavy losses. After 3 days, Bladestorm's cooldown was restored. At the same time, his killing intent finally reached the upper limit again. Ding! Host killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for Devour points? Yes. Ding! Killing intent has been cleared. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Now, Yi Xian already had 7 Devour points. He only needed 2 more points to fuse the 2 battle bloodlines. In fact, he could reclaim some of his skills now, but he was not in a hurry. Moreover, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Emperor skills were useful, so there was no need to reclaim them. What if they were useful in the future? After reaching the upper limit of his killing intent, Yi Xian did not stop there. After killing so many people, the things he collected were enough for him to break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul Stage 1. Ding! Huijin's spirit has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul Stage 3. Ding! Wei Zhenqian has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul Stage 3. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul Stage 3. System notifications rang out one after another. Now, Yi Xian had enough strength to do as he pleased in the 5 poison territory. 5 poison sect, prepare to die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he directly used the teleportation formation. This time, he did not need the old tree to scout the way. Even if the 5 poison sect leaders were on the other side of the teleportation formation, he was not afraid. Hua! The teleportation formation began to operate. After a few seconds, Yi Xian arrived at his destination. This teleportation formation led to the 5 poison sect's vicinity. Yi Xian estimated that it would take about a day to reach the 5 poison sect. Although he had already used the Blade Storm, with his current strength, it was not difficult for him to directly kill his way into the 5 poison sect. Immediately, he rushed towards the 5 poison sect's headquarters. The 5 poison sect's headquarters was similar to the City of Beasts in the 100 Beast territory. It was made up of the Golden Toad sect, the Sky Spider sect, the 1,000 Feet sect, the Evil God Society, and the Snake Shadow Palace. The 5 poison sect leaders also lived there. This time, Yi Xian had triggered the 5th round of the chain random mission, which was to kill the 5 poison sect leaders. However, if any of them were not in the 5 poison sect, it would be troublesome. I hope all 5 of you are here. Then, I can kill all of you in one fell swoop. On the way, Yi Xian could not help but think about it. Soon, a day and a half passed. After this period of hurrying, Yi Xian finally arrived at the 5 poison sect. At this time, Yi Xian was concealing his aura and hiding. There were a total of 5 entrances to the 5 poison sect's headquarters. The Sky Spider sect, the Golden Toad sect, the Snake Shadow Palace, the Cthulhuism Society, and the 1,000-Legged sect each had 1 entrance. In fact, it was just the headquarters of the 5 factions combined. However, at this time, the 5 poison sect's headquarters was closed. No one went out, and no one went in. A strange atmosphere began to spread. This is strange. Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation to scan the area from afar. However, due to the distance and the protection of the formation outside the 5 poison sect's headquarters, he could not see inside. In fact, Yi Xian had already arrived at the 5 poison sect half a day ago. He walked around the 5 poison sect and found that the 5 entrances were closed. Old Tree and the others were guarding 3 of the entrances, but they did not see anyone go out. Something was fishy. Chapter 1590. Could it be that the 5 poison sect is still holding a sacrifice to cultivate the 5 poison beasts? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as this thought flashed through his mind. Before he could continue thinking about it, the door in front of him suddenly opened. This was the Cthulhuism sect's door. Rumble! The door opened, and a group of martial artists walked out. Their realms were not low, at least in the Undying Soul realm. The stronger ones were in the Undying Soul realm. In addition, there were 3 5 poison beasts. As expected, seeing this, Yi Xian believed that his guess was right. The 5 poison sect was indeed cultivating the 5 poison beasts and sending them to the 100 Beast territory to speed up the spread of the poison fog. If Yi Xian's blood had not been able to detoxify the poison, the 5 poison beasts would have been enough to flatten the entire 100 Beast territory. Yi Xian thought that the experts in the 100 Beast territory had alerted the enemy and sent the news back to the 5 poison sect. That was why the 5 poison sect kept sending the 5 poison beasts to join the battle. Since that was the case, Yi Xian would let them die halfway. This team was similar to the team in the teleportation palace. They both had 3 Undying Soul Realm experts. If each of the 5 poison beasts had an Undying Soul Realm expert by their side, then there would be 11 of them. The 5 poison sect's strength was about the same as the City of Beasts. so Yi Xian guessed that there should not be many experts left in the five poison sect. But now, Yi Xian was prepared to deal with this group of people rushing to the front line first. If it was before, Yi Xian would naturally choose to wait until the opponent was far away before making a move. But now that he had the strength, there was no need to do so. Just one word, kill. Immediately, he summoned Old Shu and the other two over, and then directly rushed out to kill them. Who's there? The expert at the front of the team noticed an unfamiliar aura and immediately shouted. At this time, they were under the city wall and the door was not closed, so Yi Xian had to stop them from closing the door. Otherwise, he would have to break the array by force. Fortunately, the old tree, who had broken through to the third stage of the Undying Soul Realm, was so fast that he could fly up and kill his way into the enemy formation. When this group of experts felt the unfamiliar aura in the team, they immediately raised their spirits. Many people did not even think before launching an attack. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Countless sonic booms could be heard. In the face of these attacks, the old tree did not mind at all and directly used a skill. Raging Inferno Cover. Raging Inferno Cover was a very practical skill. Now that old tree had broken through to the third stage of the Undying Soul Realm, the defensive capabilities of the Raging Inferno Cover were extremely strong. The Raging Inferno Shield absorbed all the attacks from the surrounding hundreds of people. Then, the Raging Inferno Shield exploded. Bang! The Raging Inferno Dome exploded, and all the people around the old tree were shattered into pieces, their heads exploding. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. This attack directly caused the death of over 200 people. Of course, the majority of these 200 people were at the second and first level of the Undying Soul Realm. There is only one third-level Undying Soul Realm martial artist that was killed by the explosion. Ouch! My interspatial ring. At this time, Yi Xian recalled that not only did these people die, but even the interspatial ring was blown away. However, the Raging Inferno Cover's power was too great. The city walls were directly blown apart, and the door could no longer be closed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor hurriedly rushed over. His eyes flickered a few times, and all the dead people who were lower than him were turned into his battle corpses. In an instant, the 200 people who died just now were almost all resurrected, except for the third stage of the Undying Soul Realm. However, these resurrected people were useless because the strength of the old tree and the others were not like before. At this time, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Jintian just happened to arrive and started killing. There were 6 5-poison divine sect experts at the 4th layer of the Undying Soul Realm and 5 poison beasts at the 4th layer of the Undying Soul Realm. However, under the siege of the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the Old Tree, these 6 4th stage Undying Soul Realm experts were all killed in less than 5 rounds. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Yi Xian obtained a lot of killing intent, and there was also the Elegy of Soul's Enhancement. After this period of killing, the Elegy of Soul's Enhancement had reached 55%, which was not bad. Previously, in order to kill the young Lord of Poison Spider, Yi Xian let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor use the Death Gaze twice, which consumed 10% of the enhancement. At that time, Yi Xian was heartbroken for a long time. Now, he thought that unless it was a critical moment, he should not use the Death Gaze. Then, Yi Xian collected the spoils of war, and after his cultivation increased, he quickly rushed in. Although the movement here was not big, with so many auras not leaving the 5 Poison Divine Sect, it was impossible for the 5 Poison Divine Sect not to notice. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed his way into the 5 Poison Divine Sect. With his outstanding spiritual sense, he found that there were not many people in the 5 Poison Divine Sect. It could be described as very few. However, in the distant sky, there was a strange energy rising. Go! Yixian did not say anything and directly rushed to the center. Along the way, there were some experts of the Five Poison Divine sect, but they were all first and second stage Undying Soul Realm experts. Before they could react, they were dealt with by the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Yixian did not see a single Undying Soul Realm disciple of the Five Poison Divine sect. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Yixian's mind. Although the Five Poison Divine sect was the overlord of the Five Poison Realm, there should be many geniuses under them. Why was there not a single Undying Soul Realm disciple? Could it be that these disciples were also used as sacrifices? If that was the case, then the Five Poison Divine sect was a little too cruel. Very quickly, Yixian approached the rising energy. Relying on the Eye of Insight, he looked from afar and saw a black pillar of light that soared into the sky. Yixian immediately soared into the sky and jumped into the sky to take a look. In the next moment, he was shocked. Beside the black pillar of light was a huge pit outside the altar. Countless corpses were piled up inside, and there were many sacrifices standing outside the pit. Among them were people wearing the Five Poison Divine sect's disciple robes. They surrounded the huge pit and stood at a designated spot. Then, their souls suddenly left their bodies and were absorbed by the black pillar of light. As for their corpses, they were pushed into the huge pit by the Five Poison Divine sect's elders with the power of all creations. At the same time, there were some large figures swimming in the huge pit. They fed on corpses and would grow after eating a certain amount of corpses.